Of
that we approved this at our last meeting and then subsequently at the board meeting. I also just wanted to let the board know, and I think the institutions probably also realize this, that subsequent to that, we've gotten several questions from many people, clarifications, and we were, Bob and I had the opportunity to attend a meeting with all the regions from around the state, and we had several that pulled us aside to talk about the funding formula recommendation. So subsequent to that meeting, there was, Raymond sent a memorandum out to all the regions in the state, as well as all the trustees of the community colleges, doing two things. One, providing them with a copy of the funding formula recommendations, and secondly, offering to be a resource to visit with any of those groups to help them understand the process better as they go through it. So, and I don't know if we've had any responses to that, but again, it was subsequent to that meeting, we thought it was a good idea to try to reach out to those groups to be a resource in trying to provide clarification. So, and that's the extent of my report before we get into the agenda. So, second item is to approve the minutes from both the March 5th as well as the I guess it was the special meeting, we call that, but the April 15th meeting. And you're all provided with a copy of these prior to the meeting. Are there any additions or deletions that anybody would recommend? If not, could I have a motion to approve both sets of minutes? Second, Ryan, second. Fred, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by the same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and jump into the Chairman, was that motion for both sets of minutes? Both sets of minutes.
Yes.
Okay, so I thought I said both minutes, didn't I?
That was my motion.
Was that your second?
Of course.
Thank you. Agenda item 2D is the consideration of recommendation of the board for numerous projects, and the first one is the consideration of a recommendation from Texas Tech University for the Rawls College of Business Administration. Mike, welcome.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Thanks for being here. Mike Ellicott with Tech is going to be here to provide us with an overview.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to present the committee our brand new business school. It's a $70 million, 137,000 gross square foot building with classrooms, both undergraduate and graduate classrooms, faculty offices, and some special spaces for professional ed, stock trading room, career center, and a significant amount of technology support to support modern business school education. This building, we are trying for LEED Silver certification. And as you'll see in the site plan, we've got a significant amount of demolition, abatement, and site work to make it fit on the site of a couple of old residence halls. Next slide, please. We carefully considered the site for this building, considering a total of 14 sites, 3 seriously until we finally picked this spot, and it is in the northwest corner of our campus. The significance of that circle on the site plan is that is our academic core. A student can walk from any point in that circle to another point within 10 minutes. That allows us to keep 10 minutes between classes, and that's our goal, to keep a pedestrian nature to the campus. Next slide, please. The site is a site right now of 2 old residence halls, Thompson and Gaston Hall. We will demolish those 2 residence halls this summer. One is a traditional dormitory and has not been used for a couple of years. The other was a dormitory that had been converted to our student health center and an ophthalmology clinic, and we've had 2 other projects that allowed us to relocate and empty the building. So the buildings have been empty for parts of it 2 years, the other part about a year. Next slide. The building will sit here. What you're approving today is basically that C-shaped $70 million project. But as you know, our chancellor has challenged us to grow to 40,000 students. If that occurs at some point in the future, we'll come back and ask for approval to add on that wing to the building to get the business school about a 50% increase in the size of the business school. This parking lot exists but needs to be reconfigured, and these parking lots need to be reconstructed, so there's a significant amount of site work that goes on. Next. This is kind of a rendering looking from the north, looking south. Again, a typical Texas Tech Spanish Renaissance building, brick, stone entrances, clay tile roof, all of which actually help us get that LEED certification because it's already a pretty, for West Texas, where it was a balmy 105 with a 50-mile-an-hour wind yesterday.
Wow.
Our Spanish Renaissance, next slide. Two other slides looking from the east and the west to show how it integrates into the campus. And we do have some green space associated with this, so that a portion of the building will look over green space. Next. There's our budget. The $47,950,000 is $350 a square foot. I wish it didn't cost that much, but our projections are based on the excitement in the construction market, but that's probably a pretty realistic price for the midpoint in construction, which will be about 2 years from now. The $1,009,000 relates to constructing new parking and realignment of the parking that's there. A large part of the furniture, furnishings, equipment is audiovisual equipment and a significant amount of networking equipment to provide a lot of connectivity in the building. Down at the bottom, we have $2 million for abatement and demolition of the 2 residence halls that are sitting there now. Next slide. We're planning to start abatement and demolition in August, be complete in January, start new building construction next September, and be done by August of 2011. Next. There's the criteria, the coordinating board criteria. And as you see, we meet all of them except for classroom utilization, but we've gone from 30 to 34, almost 35 hours per week for classrooms in the past 3 or 4 years, so we're on an upward trend. And part of this project is to create modern classrooms, which will allow us, we've got a companion project, to renovate the old College of Business building, which will reconfigure a bunch of classrooms in there, create high-tech, reduce the number of classrooms, and reconfigure them so they're more useful. A fair number of classrooms in older buildings just don't work and aren't used very much. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, and hopefully you'll vote to approve.
You just talked about the space utilization, classroom utilization. Is your ultimate goal to simply meet the coordinating board standard, or do you have to go beyond that? What ultimately is your goal in terms of overall utilization?
Well, as the facility guy, my goal is to meet, sir. I mean, I'd like to come in here and put meat up there in terms of what the provost of the university and others have in mind. If we're going to grow to 40,000 and do it affordably, I would assume we're going to have to be more efficient about a lot of things.
That's what
Yes, sir.
underlaid my question.
Yeah, and I think I know they are looking at distance ed and remote education and all those kinds of things to be even more important and officially more effective in delivering the education to get to 40,000. Yes, sir.
Fred, you might just comment, and this is kind of jumping way ahead, but kind of our discussion on classroom utilization we had the other day in terms of when we start looking at the standards. And,
you know, the task force that's been looking at the facility approval process is going to a presentation after we go through today's projects. But there are 3 of our criteria that we're looking at, studying national and other state and best practices to try to come up to determine whether we could recommend a better guideline or standard. Classroom and class lab utilization are one of the 3 we're talking about, those 2 utilization factors. First of all, we'd like to find something that makes sense to both the coordinating board and the institutions, and then make it a standard and not differentiate between guidelines and standards. The other 2, and there's a memo in the handouts somewhere that talks about potential for using what sometimes is called room utilization rate or station utilization rate, SUR. Like I know what I'm talking about, that might be either an additional or an in lieu of criteria. This is not something that's part of the recommendation, but it's part of the information of the presentation. The building cost per square foot and deferred maintenance are the other 2 criteria that we're looking at, although we think that we probably are on a good track, and in fact Texas is in better shape than most states on deferred maintenance. And there's a memo to that effect in there too. So, is that enough of a teaser?
Yeah, that's one. That is, at the back side of the presentations, that's what we're going to really go into next, is really looking at one, not just the format of the briefing sheet, but secondly, it's reassessing those standards, and third, it's trying to also just make sure that we engage the institutions in that dialogue and looking at it and coming up with the most efficient way to look at the process. Any other questions for Mike at all?
Oh, I don't have a question for Mike now.
Okay.
I have a question for you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
On these accountability measures, have we ever adjusted? We were concerned at one point that the institution's targets might be too low. Have we ever gone through a process yet of adjusting those, or asking the institutions to adjust them?
At various times. In fact, it just happened when did we ask them to update their targets? And we went through, and every November we asked them to go in and update their targets. And a little bit further back, as part of the other discussion, we will be showing you what is being proposed for a different way of looking at it.
Could be basically kind of look at the scorecard at success and participation. So that's part of that. Great question. Mike, you didn't wonder if that question did.
I was grateful it went to you.
I was grateful that Susan answered it. So, any other questions at all? If not, could I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Ms. Phillips, the second.
Second.
Wayne, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed by the same sign. Motion passes. I appreciate it very much. Second project is University of Texas at Austin, and for the construction of the Student Activity Center. And I guess Dave Dixon and David Ray are going to be here with Austin to provide us with an overview of the project. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate the opportunity to present this project to the board. We're here to present the UT Austin Student Activity Center and Liberal Arts Phase 1 project. This is a $69.4 million project. As you can see, it's located right off the East Mall, which is a significant portal for the university these days. Anybody who's been there knows that we have bus drop-off in that area, and we're expecting to expand that as the stadium is complete. It's between the stadium and the tower, just north of Gregory Gym. Next slide, please. This 161,000 square foot building is primarily the Student Activity Center. It has space for various student activities, including a dining area here. We have a 500-seat auditorium in this location, various administrative offices off to the west, including the Multicultural Information Center. It's a 6-story building. Floors 2, 3, and 4 are primarily student organization offices, government offices, and the Dean of Students will be housed here as well. We have 2 additional floors that will take care of a portion of the liberal arts program. It's the anthropology group. There'll be several labs there, offices for graduate students, and offices for staff as well. Next slide, please. The facility was designed by Overland Partners, a San Antonio firm, and complements the Austin campus. As you can see, the plan is, of course, to continue with the clay tile roof, limestone walls, granite base. This is a view looking south from the East Mall. Again, the idea would be to have significant traffic, student traffic, up through this area, through an atrium there in the middle of the slide, and on into the south part of the campus. Next slide, please. This is an evening shot looking northeast from Speedway, as the title suggests. Off to the right is Gregory Gym. Next slide, please. As I said, $69.4 million project. We've listed our UT system investment metrics for the project. They're there for your reading pleasure. Notice to proceed for the project is scheduled for late summer to be completed 2 years from then, so in time for the fall semester in 2010. Next slide. We meet all of the coordinating board standards, except, as you can see there, for the efficiency standard. We're just short of meeting that requirement. The reason for that primarily are these research labs, associated mechanical space, and the liberal arts part of the building. We'd expect to see, again, archaeological, anthropological type low-tech research. But we meet the rest of the requirements. We have no other slides to present. We'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. And if I can't answer them from a programmatic standpoint, David can help us.
Okay. Thank you. Questions?
Dave, I had a question which I think you partially answered already, because I have to admit when I first read through this, I thought liberal arts lab space might be an oxymoron. Anthropology, what other programs will be using lab space there?
Archaeology and anthropology primarily, and again, you'd have an opportunity, the students would have an opportunity to do the archaeological stuff they do, not digging up, but preparing samples, bones, and rest.
If we had a blended efficiency rating as a standard, what percentage of this building space would be dedicated to those labs?
Probably fairly small. I have the project manager here, Andy Atkins. Would you happen to have that number off the top of your head?
The liberal arts part is about 43,000 of the 61,000, but that includes both labs and offices.
And offices. Yeah.
So the lab portion of that might be a third or greater of that total 43,000.
I would say, too, that there is contribution to the lack of efficiency from the fact that we do have quite a bit of open space for meeting areas, collaboration space, just space for the students to run into each other, if you will, and that that affects our efficiency a bit, too.
The first floor is fairly open as a place for students to gather, get something to drink or to eat, and then just visit with their students.
Well, the point I was getting at, Mr. Chairman, is the general use facilities efficiency rate. They're at 0.59, 0.01, or 10% of the gap between the two utilization rates, 10% below. And the lab space sounds like it's almost 10% of the gross square footage and well over 10% of the EMG. So if we had such a thing as a blended use rate to look at, that would
feed into it. Yes, sir.
Good point. Other questions, comments? Now I can have a motion for approval.
So moved.
Ms. Phillips, second.
Second.
Wayne, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed by the same sign. Thank you very much. Third project is MD Anderson to construct the administrative support building. Susan Lipke's here. Welcome, Susan. Glad to have you here.
Bear with me, I sound like a frog today. It's nice to be here. I'm bringing forward a project for MD Anderson. It is the first building to be built on our mid-campus. There's been a land acquisition going on in this area with the university, with the campus for about 15 years, so we've amassed enough land, done some street closings with the city of Houston that let us bring forward this project. The main objective of this project has two pieces to it. One is to vacate a fair amount of office space that we're leasing off-site in the various buildings throughout the campus. As you can see, that exceeds 400,000 square feet. So the intent, just to give you a sense of the operating cost of that building over the lease cost over 5 years, is about $55 million. So if you look at a payback on this very quickly, even if when I recalculated utilities and maintenance, we can pay this building in about 10 years. So it really makes sense for us to do this. The other piece that this will do is allow us for expansion of those programs in the future, as well as to decant some of the functions that we have in current office buildings near the hospital. So as we expand clinical and clinical support, we'll have the ability to move some folks into this building. So overall, a good part of this is going to be shelved because the leases start expiring in 11 through 14. So we would intend to build out the space in that phase. So I'm bringing forward the space that we want to build out up until February 16th of 2012, the leases that expire up to that time. The other piece that's in this is the expanding need for data and data centers on our campus. We have 2 right now. This would allow for a third piece to be added to the campus for expansion of that, and it's about 25,000 square feet of the building. It's envisioned as a Tier 3 with redundancy in that. Next slide, please. A little bit about the building. It's designed as a Class A office space. It is 24 stories, and one of the towers is the highest point in the building. It'll be a concrete structure with precast and glass. Overall, the square footage is a little under 1.4 million square feet. We intend to build out about 374,000 of department gross square feet in this, and 515,000 of shell space. Next slide, please. Okay, pieces in the program along with the offices that are there is to create a meeting center again with that amount of space so that we can meet the needs for both training and conferencing. Food service and retail in the building is envisioned, as well as the data center, and then support functions like the mailroom, housekeeping, maintenance, things of that nature. Next slide, please. So we intend to start August 1st. Hopefully we'll get approval from you, a recommendation to the full board, and approval in July, and then move on with that. We are looking at partial occupancy of the building to get those first lease tenants into the building in July of 11, with final completion in August of 2012. Overall, the budget is $350 million. My construction costs calculate a little bit different than you see on the application, because I also include we're doing this design build, so all of the fees for the contractor as well as the architect are included in our construction costs, so it appears a bit higher. Overall project cost at $256 a square foot. Funding sources for this are $750,000 in revenue bonds, and the remainder of that in hospital revenue. The metrics are here for your reading pleasure, and the goal again is to reduce that lease space. Bob Shepard's not here, but I'll answer his question because everyone always worries about water in Houston. And as you'll see from the slides, we are near the bayou. All of our building standard is to build the 500-year floodplain plus 1 foot. So we expect this building hopefully to stay dry and that we don't get the catastrophic 1,000-year. Moving on. The site, what you can see to the north is the main campus that's there. Bertner is coming through and over the bayou. That was completed with a previous project. We are working with the city of Houston right now on completing a design that would connect Bertner all the way through to our south campus that would go by the west side of this building. And all of that is being funded by the city of Houston, and construction will start in September, so it works nicely with this project. So you can see in the white area, kind of just drilling down, there is an associated parking garage that's a separate project for this, but I wanted to show you how that fits on the site here. If you go to the next slide, please. So you can see the building itself in the green and the gray, and then there'll be a garage with a bridge connection, and that'll be a future project I'll bring forward to the board. Next slide. And this is the building we're pretty excited about. The architecture kind of moving MD Anderson into the 22nd century with a lot more glass than you've seen in our buildings, and a combination of precast with that. You see shadowed in on the left-hand side of the slide is the garage. This is as you're looking from the southwest. At that again, seeing shadowed in the garage and the building facade there. So it's kind of the arrow pointing to Anderson. And then you can see the building actually is 3 buildings together, with the conference and training and the 4-story low-rise that you see there to the left, and then 2 towers of varying heights that are there, so create some very large floor plates and then some smaller floor plates for some flexibility with the programs. Next slide, please. And then I'll run through these pretty quickly, but just to give you a sense of the building, there is a driveway that on the first floor of the building that will drive through the building with lobbies on both sides. A lot of the dock and support space in there. There is a basement with this building, so a lot of the warehousing and functions will be below grade, as well as the housekeeping offices and maintenance shops and those things. Moving on up in the building, there's this kind of a 3-story atrium that's created to connect the 2 towers. They're there with, we really envision a lot of programs on 1, 2, and 3 where there'll be a lot of public functions coming into this building. HR is going to be housed in this building, so it will be everyone, rather than taking a shuttle to an offsite, will come to this building. We'll be in that. A lot of the training, as I mentioned earlier, is in here. Employee health is in this building. Payroll. So a lot of those front door functions will be on the first 3 levels, along with retail. Moving on up. Then the 4th floor is the data center, and that floor plate is dedicated to the infrastructure for the data center or the data center itself. There's about 7,000 square feet of shelf space, because I know that the day we move in, they'll say it's not big enough, given our history that we've had with other facilities. Moving on, and then the typical floor plate that you'll see, 8th through the 13th floor. A lot of the concept of this building is to put offices on the interior, and a lot of the open cube spaces that folks are in will be on the window, will have the priority. So we're making a shift in the designs that we've done with some of the faculty buildings, where they tend to be on the outside. Those offices that are on the interior will have glass storefronts to them, so we can get natural light into their offices also. But a lot of these folks in this building are going to be in a lot of cubicles, very few offices. So we've made that decision to migrate, and that gives us a lot of flexibility in that floor plan. Moving on up. And then, as you can see, the second tower that's on there has a smaller footprint that works from floors 21 through 24. Next slide. Questions?
Susan, how much of the police space from MD Anderson will this take care of? I know it's 406,000, but percentage relative.
Percentage-wise, this probably takes close to 70%. What's left are laboratory spaces that we're renting in a variety of areas off-site, but this will take all of the office functions and then just only leave the laboratory off-site. So we're currently negotiating Lee Rice's building, a research building, and we'll have a piece in that floor. We have a piece in a Texas A&M building that we do some joint research with them.
So basically only 30% left. So. And I think I heard you say this equates to, in terms of net lease savings, it'd be 10-year amortization.
Yeah.
Stuff.
It's pretty amazing.
What was the figure you used? 55 million? 55
million a year, and then if that includes all the utilities and the maintenance that are on those buildings. So if I back that out and put it, so that actually makes it in less than a 10-year. If I put in all of what our operating cost of that building will be, it's about a 10-year amortization.
Other questions for Susan? If not, can I have a motion for approval? So moved.
Second.
Lynn? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed by the same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to see you all.
Appreciate it very much. The next project is UT Medical Branch at Galveston for a specialty care center at Victory Lakes. Mike Schreiner's here.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. TMB had identified from our clinical strategic plan the need to expand services on the mainland. Several years ago, acquired a 35-acre site in League City. So this project will be the first building on that particular site. The slide here indicates that you can see the development that's occurring around this 35 acres. This particular aerial photograph is about 2 or 3 years old. If you took it today, you would see pretty much all of the area around our site is developed with both the infrastructure of the city streets as well as new construction, housing, and commercial development. This particular area is one of the highest growing populations in south of Houston and north of Galveston, and so we feel it's important to be in this particular area to serve our patients and to improve our strategic clinical plan. Next slide, please. The site itself at 35 acres will support multiple buildings. This particular building, phase 1,
is an outpatient clinic facility and would in the future connect to other buildings that are developed. Next slide. As an outpatient building, the primary purpose on the main floor is going to be an outpatient surgery suite, some imaging center with typical MRI and CT modalities. We'll have a pediatric clinic on the ground floor, and then the second floor, which is similar in size, we'll have the multi-specialty clinics. Next slide, please. Here's Goodwin Alexander, the architects for this particular project. It's primarily a masonry exterior. We anticipate that we'll be able to start construction in August of this year and complete in about 14 to 15 months. So we should have it up and running by the end of the calendar year 09. It does meet all of the criteria that the board has set out. It's a $61 million project funded with $51 million in debt and $10 million in cash. So I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mike, I was just noticing that it's one of the things I look at as I go through these every quarter, but somewhat unusual. Your contingency budgets on a percentage basis relative to other projects we look at is much lower in this case. Can you comment on that?
Well, I would just say that it's a fairly simple program for us, two-story clinic building, pretty low risk in terms of the type of construction. We're on a clean site. That's unusual for us. Many of our projects are renovations in occupied patient care area spaces, so being able to build on a clean site, putting in all new facilities, reduces the amount of risk that we need to take in this particular project.
I noticed in the budget that $20 million is for fixed equipment, including 15 for imaging equipment. Is there, just out of curiosity, how near is the closest similar facility to this project, including private facilities?
I'll be giving you somewhat of a guess, but I would guess that when you get into the League City, and certainly as you go north from League City into Webster and around the Johnson Space Center, there are certainly surgery centers in that area, and they're probably 5 miles or so away.
Other questions?
If there are no facilities questions, I have one related to your accountability measures, and you may not know the answer to this, but I noticed that you have a decrease of about 40% in your baccalaureate graduates. You have an increase in your master's. Is that a shift in nursing students to the master's level, or what? I think March has the answer.
It's actually a change in the allied health programs that occurred some years ago. About 3 years ago, there was a shift to reduce the number of undergraduate degrees and increase the number of graduate degrees, masters, and on.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Now I have a motion for approval.
So moved.
Wayne, second.
Second.
Phillips. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed by the same sign. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next project is University of Texas Southwestern to purchase land and make improvements at Exchange Park, and Mike Server and Suzanne Younger are here with UT Southwestern.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Our request is to purchase the land and the improvements at what's known as the Exchange Park site. Exchange Park consists of 2 buildings located on 24 acres of land. It's about 650,000 square feet of space, and it has a parking garage with just under 2,000 spaces and a couple of surface lots with about 500 spaces. The land and the buildings of Exchange Park are contiguous to the UT Southwestern North Campus site, which you'll see on our site plan. Next slide. Right now, Southwestern currently leases about 180,000 square feet in the Exchange Park facilities. We also lease about 61,000 square feet in other area properties that we plan to move to Exchange Park as those leases expire. And on top of that, we have about 190,000 square feet in other off-campus facilities that we plan to consolidate into Exchange Park. And so the remainder of the space can then be used for future growth for the university, but we plan to fill up about 70-75% of the buildings almost immediately. Next slide. Financially, we will save a little bit over $3 million a year on rent payments from not having to pay those space leases. And on top of that, we expect to be able to fund a pretty good-sized portion of the improvements that we need to make in the buildings to move our people in out of the sale of those off-campus properties that we plan on consolidating in. And on top of that, the excess parking at the site will be a great help in alleviating some of the parking needs that we have on our North Campus. Next slide. So there's our site plan, as you can see. The places outlined in yellow are the current campus, and the red in the upper left corner is Exchange Park. And as you can see, it is directly in between our student housing and our North Campus. One caveat I just want to make, there's a little note that says Chase on there. There is one tower that is on the site that is not part of this purchase. It has a separate owner, and it's not for sale at the moment. Next slide.
If you look at that, you go back to the slide, is the, and I guess it was, how much did you say it was, a total of 240,000 square feet, 240,000 lease space that'll be going in this building?
We'll be moving into, well, we have 180 there now, and there's 60 in some other surrounding areas of lease space we'll move in, yes.
Will that make that even, make it more efficient also just for the overall operations by having those in one spot?
Oh, sure. One of the reasons why we were able to get this building at a good price is because we're the primary tenant, and there's not a lot of other lease space in the area because we're the major employer in the area.
Okay. Thank you.
Next slide. This is a picture of the buildings that you can see. We got a little bit cut off on some of them, but the building on the left is the building that we call Exchange Park. The building on the right is currently called the AT&T Tower. That's just because they used to be there. So those are pictures of the two buildings that we'll be acquiring, and you can see the surface parking in front of it. Next slide. And this kind of gives you a perspective here. The two buildings on the right are those two buildings that you saw. The building on the left is the Chase Tower we're not acquiring. Just in front of those buildings, though, is the parking garage that's included. And if you can see those little trailers right in front of the parking garage, those are the construction trailers from our North Campus construction project. And the hole in the ground right in front of them is actually our Phase 5 construction project. So everything is directly contiguous to our campus. And that's why we say that parking garage will be very helpful for use. And I believe that's it for the slides. Be happy to answer any questions.
And I notice there's a big discrepancy between the two appraisal values. I'm just curious, why almost why almost a one-third difference?
The Donahoe appraisal, we feel, did not take into account the value of the land. He tended to concentrate on the building, and we think that the value of the land and even the parking garage is the difference there.
I mean, our current facilities estimates are that parking garages are running close to $15,000 a space, and we're going to be able to use this entire garage, not just for the site that it's on, but for the North Campus as well. And we really feel that he just totally missed that part and just looked at the 650,000 square feet.
What's our construction cost we're seeing for garages right now? Per space?
I think it is 14 something.
14.
And that's the statewide average.
Cost survey that's around 14, and the Dallas market is probably around 11 to 12,000 space. Just on average.
Other questions? It meets all the other all the standards. So, any other questions? Now I can have a motion for approval.
Move to approve.
Lane, second. Second by Fred. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed by the same sign. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next project is from Texas A&M University System Health Science Service Center to construct a Health Professions Education Center. And you'll notice that this this project is a board-level project that is subject to approval by the board. But A&M has requested emergency approval by the Committee on Strategic Planning, and I think we have some supplemental materials at each of your desks. And Dr. Nancy Dickey is here to provide us with an overview, and also if you would also just kind of walk us through the timeline as to what's with the board meeting only being in a month, basically. I'm very sensitive to taking a project this size that normally should go before the board and do an emergency. That's not saying I disagree, but I really just want to understand what's the critical difference in that 4 to 6 weeks for y'all on this project. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. During the 80th session of the legislature, Texas A&M System was granted funds to expand our College of Medicine, which, by the way, is consistent with coordinating board report to the legislature about the needs of the state. In the statute setting forth the expansion, though, we were tasked with creating clinical and education facilities in Round Rock, Texas. As evidence of our commitment to meet the expectations set forth in the legislation, we began looking at sites, and we have, by approval by a previous coordinating board action, recently accepted a gift and below market value purchase of approximately 50 acres of land. This is near the new Texas State campus and near the new Seton-Williamson County facility. However, since in the legislation there was $9 million provided for program as well as creation of clinical facilities, which essentially means no funds to create a building, we have been working with the local community and the Avery family that was at the heart of the gift of land. And the Avery family and some local businesses have stepped up and offered to build a building which they would lease back and option for future purchase back of the A&M Health Science Center. It would be a building that would meet our immediate and reasonably short-term needs, and so we can in turn begin to meet the needs of the state in terms of physician and other health professions workforce. We have, by the way, taken at least a master plan and the lease back to the board of Regents, and they have approved that pending all the appropriate other approvals. In light of the current growth of higher education and the concomitant increase in buildings, and if you looked at the record TRV levels of the 79th legislature, this project also offers, I think, an opportunity to look at a different possible alternate way of building bricks and mortar, that is partnering with a community and a development group, which at least at this point appears to be no higher cost and maybe a lesser cost than our traditional way of doing it. However, they do help produce those costs in a fashion that takes advantage of timeliness. So the advantages of and the reason for the request for emergency consideration are, in order for us to occupy this building during the academic year of 2009-2010, to take advantage of the weather conditions, whereas if we wait for your end of July meeting, which also, by the way, means a later bond review board meeting, then two things happen. We are into the late fall, and as your astute questions have recognized all morning, the tremendous escalating cost of construction over the course of several months can make a difference in terms of the cost of the building. So in order to meet the expectations of the legislature, which appeared to be to get this activity moving as quickly as possible, to demonstrate our commitment to timeliness and take advantage of the community's willingness to partner with us, to try to take advantage of the current prices of materials, we are asking your approval of the request, recognizing that while it only seems a few weeks, as you watch those weeks, your meeting several weeks from now, followed by almost another month to 6 weeks delay before the next scheduled bond review board meeting, would in fact translate into several months onto a project that otherwise looks like it can move forward, take advantage of current pricing, current community commitment, and current good timing for getting a construction site started. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Hope that I've laid that out in a fashion that's helpful.
Question, I know I've got several. Go ahead. Anybody else would? If you could just kind of walk me through the timeline a little bit, because what I'm hearing is the bond review board's going to be involved in either process, whether we approve it today or whether it's approved by the board. So you got that 4 to 6 weeks to deal with regardless. So,
4 to 6 weeks on top of whatever time here.
Right.
Maybe you could, one clarification would be, Nancy, which bond review board meeting are you planning currently to go to if we approve this today, and which one would it slip to if we waited for our board?
There is a July bond review board meeting, which unfortunately occurs before your July coordinating board meeting, so we would slip into a September bond review board meeting if we can't get an approval today.
That's
okay. That's
your driving.
Yeah. Okay. So that's a 90-day slippage right there.
Correct.
Can you also just tell me, because this is, Fred and Susan and I were visiting about this yesterday, and this, I can't remember seeing another request like this, at least in the 4 years I've been on the board. Not so much the emergency, but the lease purchase type option. There may have been, and I wasn't involved, but who bears the construction risk during, did the developer bear all the construction risk in this transaction in terms of cost overruns, and how is that structured back in the lease? Because I assume that's structured back in the lease to come back to A&M at some point. Can you comment on that?
Technically, the developer does bear the construction costs, but you're absolutely right. The lease will be based on, lease costs will be ultimately based on the total costs of development. And so we would be very closely involved with them in that we believe that we've essentially talked to them about a maximum cost. So if they start looking at cost overruns, we're going to have to talk about value engineering, which in layman's terms, where I am, means you have to cut something out of the program. So we're pretty committed to meeting the price line that we have laid out for you, assuming that we can get started in a timeline that doesn't cause escalation of materials to price us completely out of the building. So they bear the cost, but ultimately, you're right, it comes back into the lease agreement.
And Dr. Deacon, talk to me a little about the lease agreement, because one of the other things that we always look at is the source of funding on these projects. And so looking at the source of funding for these lease payments, is that going to be subject to future appropriations out of the state legislature?
It will, but if one of the things I've discovered in my role as president is we're frankly subject to action by the legislature for TRB debt service every 2 years. So technically, every time we get a TRB, every 2 years they have to vote to pay that debt service, or we have to take it out of programmatic money. So depending on them for lease payment is not significantly different than depending on them to do a TRB debt reimbursement for us every meeting in the legislature.
Is there anything built into the lease where there is a contingency on the Health Science Center accepting the building subject? Is there any subject to's what's going to happen in the future legislation? Or are y'all just committed to take it regardless of what happens?
We are committed to take it for, Barry, help me out, am I right, for the 25 years.
Well, it is in the contract. It is subject to legislative.
I'm sorry.
I think that's a standard in leasing contracts, that they're subject to appropriations.
I apologize. I should have asked him first.
Is that? Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Nancy, also, one of the things that I think is favorable to the system is it states that the rent is not to exceed fair market value.
That's right.
So should cost overruns drive the amortized rent rate above fair market value, what is the mechanism in the lease for determining fair market value?
We have worked with System Real Estate, as we normally would, to evaluate what the rent rates in that area are, and have provided that information to the development group such that they're aware that we're locked into those rates, which will meet which can be done with the current cost of the building. Again, I think that will lead us back to value engineering if, in fact, it looks like cost overruns were going to push us out of market value.
So the developer has some ability within the lease agreement to negotiate the total cost of the project based on the rent structure. In other words, if the project, it's just shy of 58 million. If it were going to go to 68 million, the developer, and that pushed it above fair market rent, the developer would come back and say, well, we got to work this out. They've got some leverage in the lease agreement.
We actually expect to be at the table all along, not unlike what we would be doing if this were being built in the traditional system. So the reality is it simply won't be allowed to be pushed up to $68 million because fair market rent rate would then cause us not to be able to lease the building back. Well, we would instead have to either shell some space or eliminate something from the building project to keep it within the, reduce the scope of the building to keep it within the cost structure that we believe we can justify.
I can, you know, if the effect is to push a real decision off till September and not start the project till October 1 instead of, say, August 1 or mid-July, whenever the bond review board is, and given what's going on in the marketplace, I know from personal experience that can make a big difference on material costs. If I were bidding this project, I would not hold my costs till October.
And it is the difference between mid to late July and mid-September.
And remind me again, if we go ahead and provide the approval today, what the construction timeline will be in terms of when you think occupancy?
Assuming the bond review board approves it at their July meeting, the planning is currently in gear, and they would be prepared to start construction within a few days to 10 days after the bond review board. And then approximately a 12-month build-out.
12-month build-out.
Which is remarkably faster than we seem to manage in other processes.
The briefing sheet says completed June 2010.
I saw that, and I believe that our intent all along has been that they think we can occupy this fall of 2009.
That's what I thought.
I think it must be an error in my briefing sheet, and I apologize.
Yeah, because that certainly puts the emergency status in better context. Questions? And I will note, and this has already been before the Regents also.
Yes, sir.
This transaction too.
They approved it contingent on you and the bond board approving.
Other questions? If not, can I have a motion for approval?
To approve?
Second, Mendoza. Mr. Goldenfels, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed by the same sign. Thanks so much, Dr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wright. Appreciate it.
Thank you. The next project is, there are 5 projects on the agenda today for committee action, and the first 2 are for Midwestern State University. And these are really not for approval of the committee. These were 2 additional projects that came before the commissioner on an emergency basis. One was for the purchase of the Sunwatcher Village, and the second was to approve the renovation of the, I guess you pronounce this, Legion Coliseum. And I know Juan Sandoval is here today. Juan, can you just come up real quick? The commissioner went ahead and recommended these, and I was also, I consulted with Susan on this, and if you could just give the committee just a brief overview of the reason for the accelerated timeline of getting this done.
Well, these projects, and actually there's 4. 2 are the ones that appear before you, but the 4 projects are really the new housing that you all have approved, that we wanted to accelerate as quickly as possible because that really impacts enrollment. We're a residential campus, and so that triggers the whole bond sale of any other projects. We had small projects like, and I don't want to get beside the question you asked, but we have the Lincoln project that is really seeking bonding for $950,000 that we could have waited a little bit. But by itself, one project would cost us $150,000 just in terms of bond costs, all the administrative costs related to that sale. So by hooking them up together as an entire bond sale, we looked at refinancing existing housing units that were built by Collegiate Development. They're not the owners. The owners we are the owners, but we got them financed through the Texas Student Housing Authority. And what we have before you is by doing a couple of things, accelerating the project to accommodate new housing, the bond sale, and then say, okay, why would we even consider this? Well, because we have potential present value savings over a 25-year run of 1.6 million. That's really the reason. And the second is this project was funded as a third-party intervening kind of way of getting somebody else to fund the debt. Well, bond rating agencies are now very smart, and they look at the debt and say it really is a university capital debt. And so it impacts your debt ratings, and so let's call a spade, and that is a university endeavor. That is a university asset. That's a university liability. And so for that reason, the savings reason, the acceleration reason, that's why we brought this project before you.
And I thought it was a good decision on the part of the commissioner to allow them to effectuate those savings. The only question I had, Mr. Sandoval, was on the Legion Coliseum, and I had not seen these numbers prior to this briefing sheet, but I saw the cost had gone up like 34-35%. And is that just all pure cost, or was any expansion of scope in the project at all?
You know, actually, we had proposed a project for TRB consideration a couple years ago, and the project cost at that time was $12.2 million. We got funded at $7.7 million. We're thankful we got that, but you know, we knew we were going into the project, we were going to be falling short, and true enough, we hired an engineering firm to do a study, and their cost just for the mechanical systems alone were $8.7 million. And through value engineering, we have pared that down a bit because we need other funds for just critical maintenance concerns. And so and we were able to secure through local private gifts and through the bonds, additional bonds of $950, an additional $1.5 million, and that's really, you have approved already the $7.7 million project.
Okay. Any other questions? Again, this is a report to the committee, so it does not require any formal vote. Thank you very much, Mr. Involved. The next project is a request from Sam Houston State University, and this is to construct a performing arts center. And Peter Graves is here with us today. Welcome. Good morning.
Appreciate this opportunity to bring this project to you this morning. The Performing Arts Center, as you can see on the first slide, is going to be just north of the existing Music and University Theater Center buildings on the same Houston campus. The site currently is surface parking, and so this will fit very nicely with the existing academic buildings on that side. Next slide, please. The connections to the existing building, I'm showing on this slide, they're a little bit of a challenge because of the grade changes on this site, but there will be connections to the existing Music and University Theater Center buildings to facilitate the use of this building by the academic programs in the university. Next slide, please. There are a number of programs that are going to be accommodated in this building, and we've sort of given you the zones here. There's a concert hall, recital hall, dance studio space, dance theater space. There's a dance. This will house almost the entire dance program once this is built, a theater and an outdoor performance space. Next slide, please. This is simply floor plan information. We'll go through this pretty quickly. Next slide also. The concert and recital halls are two-story facilities. Thanks. We can go to the next slide now. And the next one. Thank you. This is a 3D image showing the north elevation and the overall scope of the project on the site. Next slide, please. An exterior view and also a building section of the larger of the performing space, or the concert hall performing space. Next slide. Another interior perspective on the concert hall. Next slide, please. The exterior view from the north, which will be from the Criminal Justice Center on the Sam Houston campus. Next slide, and also from the south. Next slide, please. And here's an interior of the dance theater. Next. And the recital hall. Next. There's also an outdoor performance space. As you can see on this slide, the grade changes that I referred to earlier are a challenge, and that is a factor in the cost of the project as well. But that's going to be a very nice performance space that's in the middle of all of these different academic fine arts programs. Next slide. The lobby has been enlarged from the original conception that we had in order to accommodate the potential use of two performing spaces at the same time. And there's an interior perspective of that. Next slide, please. This is again in an attempt to give you a feel for what this project is going to contain, particularly as it relates to trying to compare this to other auditorium theater projects that have been done in higher education over the last few years. There is a great deal more program space in this facility than we're accustomed to seeing in a lot of the theater and auditorium projects. We've got a 750-seat concert hall, a 150-seat recital hall, a 150-seat dance theater. We also have 4 dance studios, 3 theater studios, 10 music studio offices, 4 theater studio offices, 10 faculty offices, dance department offices, costume shop, and a scene shop. So there's a lot of program space included in this project. Gross square footage is just under 100,000 square feet, and you can see the estimated construction amount. This differs from the amount on your briefing sheet because it depends on where you put contingency. And in your briefing sheets, the contingency is broken out of that construction cost, and so we have a different cost. The design development estimate was developed by reconciling 2 different estimates, one from an independent estimator working with WHR, who is our architect on the project, the other one from our construction manager at risk, Spalglass Construction. At this point in time, we are just beyond the design development stage, and so we are not yet at the guaranteed maximum price stage under the contract, which means that we have some additional contingency built into the cost pending the agreement on a guaranteed maximum price and the buyout of contracts with all of the subcontractors. So that's one reason that the contingency on this project is higher than you would see if we were at the completion of construction documents and the project was completely bought out. Next slide, please. These are some comparables when our Board of Regents requires us, when we come to them for approval of a project like this, to give them a sense of what comparable projects out there have cost. And we had a lot of difficulty. We engaged a lot of help in trying to find comparable projects on the public higher ed side within the recent past. And we really didn't find any projects that were directly comparable to this. The one in the top left is probably the closest one, which is Houston Baptist University. It was a $238 square foot project, but as you can see from the scope of that project, it really is not comparable in terms of the kind of program space that we're including in this project. There are several projects that have not yet been built, which we've included for you on this slide, and of course these estimates are appropriate to the current stage of those projects, but as you can see, they are much more in line with the per square foot cost that we're presenting to you today in these projects. And those projects are a little bit more comparable to ours than either the HBU project or some of the others that we've seen in the recent past. Next slide, please. I wanted to give you, I don't want to inundate you with information, but the reason that we didn't want to just put up a big box on campus that would house a lot of people is the quality of these academic programs at Sam Houston State. So wanted to make you aware of those and brag on those a little bit. The dance program is a very distinguished program at Sam Houston, and a lot of this space is going to be dedicated to them. They're rated as one of the top 20 college and university dance programs in the United States and receive numerous honors. Next slide, please. And in the theater program, we have 250 majors in theater. We're one of only 4 programs in the country to perform at the National College Theater Festival at the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, with 5 appearances in the past 4 years. Again, a lot of awards to this program. It's a very high-quality program. We have a Broadway theater project where we have a number of Sam Houston graduates who are going on to appear on Broadway. Next slide, please. And finally, the School of Music. We have 300 majors. Again, we're recognized as one of the top music education programs in the state and have performed all around the world with that. So these are very high-quality programs at Sam Houston. The university believes, and we at the system office agree, as does our Board of Regents, that the facility needs to reflect the quality of the program, and that's what we've tried to do at this point. I think that may be the last slide. Is there another slide? No. That's it. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Can you speak to the critical deferred maintenance issue? I know it's one of the things
yes.
you made and what your plan is, and then Susan, you might also comment on.
Right. For a number of years, the university has been aggressively trying to address the critical deferred maintenance issues. You've got some information on your briefing sheet about some of those ongoing projects. The West Loop steam loop system replacement has been completed. We have had an ongoing dialogue with the fire marshal about fire safety issues on various campus buildings, and we've been working with the fire marshal at the campus level for a number of years to address those, and those are being, as I said, aggressively pursued by the university. So I think I can represent to you that significant attention has been paid to those. We're continuing to make progress. We're obviously not where the university needs to be yet, but we've had a program in place for some time, and from our standpoint, I think we made very good progress on that program. So.
Yes, as you can see, part of their deferred maintenance will actually drop just because of the fall. We've just now gotten all the fall submissions in and verified and that sort of thing. So we will start using this deferred maintenance is actually from fall 06. We'll start using the fall 07 now that we've got everybody in and certified, ready to go. And so that will lower it some, and then they've got other projects already in place in the design phase to take care of the rest of it.
The funds committed for these projects already also?
Yes, these are in our capital improvements program, and the Board of Regents has approved that program. And so they have approved, the funds have not all been set aside for that, but they're on the radar screen, and the Board of Regents has approved the initiation of all of those projects based on the funding sources the university has identified.
These are all projects that are actually relatively small in scope. They're
yes.
under the radar, so they don't even come to the coordinating board because
right.
they are under the $2 million.
Some of these are under $1 million, which means that they're done at either the chancellor level in our system or at the president of the university's level. But we do ask them to tell us about all these projects, even if we don't have to approve them at the Board of Regents level, so that we know what progress is being made. And there is a multi-year program that has already been in place. We're in the middle of it, and these projects are being done in a timely fashion.
When these projects are the ones that are outlined here, when these are completed, Susan, will this bring them within the standard, or?
Yes, this will take care of their critical deferred maintenance.
Okay. Which is over half of their total deferred maintenance.
Right.
I had a question regarding the amount on our briefing sheet versus the amount on the presentation. Which, has the Board of Regents approved this project at the $33,150,000 that is on your presentation, or the $38,500,000?
What the Board of Regents approves under our procedures is the total project cost based on a breakdown that they get that includes construction cost and all of the other soft costs. So we're required to go back to the Board of Regents if that total project cost is exceeded by 5%, which is a pretty tight standard. The $33 million figure includes the contingency which we would normally have and which we do have in our contract with the construction manager at risk, because we're asking them to sign on at an early point in the project to help us with design issues and to help ferret out issues that they may be uniquely positioned to address, rather than bringing them on at a later point in time. And when we do that, the construction cost limitation that we give them has to include some contingency, simply because there are some unknowns about the project at that point in time. When you add to that the fact that, unlike a lot of projects, there aren't a lot of really good examples out there that are very recent for us to look at and feel confident in the cost, feel a higher degree of confidence in the cost estimates than we would without those projects. I think that's another reason why we had some contingency built into this. And as your materials indicate, also there's some materials escalation based on our experience in the very recent past that we've included in there.
Well, and I commend you on the research that was done on the 4 other facilities. I think that is I'm sure it was helpful to your board, and it's helpful to us too. But the question I had is really the specific delta between the $33,150,000 here, which includes contingency and escalation of about $3.2 million, and the $38,500,000 in our briefing sheet. And maybe it looks like the contingency is $1.4 million higher here than it is here, and there may also be some soft costs or FF&E that are...
Yeah, there's a lot of soft costs in the delta between the 33 and the 38.5. So that includes professional fees and furniture, fixtures, and equipment. And also there's a project, this may answer your question. In the soft costs, it's standard practice to include a project contingency. And so there's a $1.5 million project contingency in that delta between the $33 million and the $38.5. So that may be what you're looking at. And so what in discussions with the staff, on this project, all of those contingencies, wherever they are, have been aggregated to come up with the figure that's in your briefing materials.
So the bottom line with my question is your board seeing the 38.5 figure and approved that?
Yes.
And that's what I heard you say, that we don't want to be proving something over or above.
Oh, no. I value my employment very, very highly, and have a significant disincentive to try to do something like that.
Okay, and most of this is really being funded with, obviously, with TRBs and obviously appropriations and designated tuition. So.
Yeah, there are system bonds in the mix. There's a TRB in the mix, and some fund balances that the university has accumulated.
Okay, that y'all set aside for that purpose.
Yes.
Other questions? Okay, if not, can I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second. Mr. Felsenfeld. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed by the same sign. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next project's from UT Dallas to construct campus landscape enhancement project, and I just want to note on this one that majority of the funding from this project are coming from a private donor. I think that's important to note. And Rick Dempsey's here with us from UT Dallas. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an exciting project for us. It's kind of out of the norm of what we do on a day-to-day basis of building academic buildings. we are really making a concerted effort to beautify our campus and to create not only an aesthetic image, but also one that encourages gathering and collaboration. And so I'll go through this fairly quickly. We have on board one of the predominant landscape architects in the United States, a fellow by the name of Peter Walker Partners, done, for instance, very well engaged in the efforts at the World Trade Center rebuild and doing landscape for that, as well as many projects across the world, in fact. And they have worked with us for over the last year and a half developing this project, but also, as noted in here, developing a landscape master plan for our entire campus. We're looking to deliver this through a construction manager at risk, total project cost of $30 million, affecting a little over 18 acres of our campus. And as you see, the funding is primarily through gifts with some bond money to address some of our road infrastructure portions of this project. We anticipate construction start this fall and completion in August of 2009. The project is, this is Campbell Road, to those that are familiar with our campus. That's the south boundary, and that is our primary south entrance. This comes all the way up to the library on the right. It is our primary egress to the campus at this time. So next slide, please. There's really four major portions of this. An entrance forceway around a boulevard, this entrance circle here, the mall portion, and then the library plaza. Next slide, please. I'll go through each one of these individually and give you a feel for what is anticipated through this. Again, this is the entrance boulevard. It will. It has a center median that will be well forested and then less aggressively forested on either side of the boulevard. You get an idea from the. We've actually had a mock-up that we put in place about a year ago, and allowed that to make some decisions on the different types of landscape material. Next slide, please. This is the entrance circle. What we're basically doing is cutting vehicular traffic off at this point. The rest of the campus in this area will become a pedestrian only. We will link back out to a loop road situation on either side. This will be a mound with landscaping around the outside. It will really be the drop-off point that will have bus service that will drop off folks there, as well as visitors to campus will drop off. School of Management's on the right-hand side, Activity Center on the left-hand side. We're also looking at building out this portion, and I'll show you that later on. Next portion, please. This is the mall area, very similar in a sense to, say, the Washington Mall in Washington, D.C. It'll have a water feature with ponds. It has a line with magnolia trees on either side and walkways with varying plazas. Next slide, please. This is a cross-section of this showing what it would look like in a plan view. This is the library here. This is the west side on the other portion. Next, please. Here's another representation. You can see this water is fairly shallow and is designed in a manner that has a decorative bottom, so if we do have some issues with water, we can drain it. It won't look terrible. It also has got an air system in that it creates this bubbling effect throughout. Each one of these little ponds is separate, not necessarily interconnected. We also are looking at some of our future buildings and how we will be able to collect and store rainwater that we can utilize to service these ponds. Next slide. This is a kind of an interesting one. This is going to be called the Chess Plaza. As many of you know, we have won the national championship in chess for the last 2 years in a row. We have a very strong chess program. We're creating an outdoor plaza that will allow our students to play chess with life-size figures, as well as something like Washington Square in New York City, where people gather around and play chess. So we're really encouraging that portion of our program. Next slide, please. This is the library closet. It will be covered with a trestle. You can't see it very well here, but on the same sort of image with some plantings wisteria plantings that will hang from it. A major water feature in the middle. Provide some shade, as we often need in Texas, particularly in the last few weeks. And again, provide a gathering space. We have a sort of a stepped auditorium situation here where we can have people make presentations and things of that nature. Next slide, please. We'll have a mist fountain, again, with the idea of trying to provide some cooling. Here's a view of what the trestle would look like. Next slide, please. That's what I have. Anyway, it's an exciting project. We're all very much involved in this, and I would like to take any questions you might have.
Questions? Most of these gifts, these were all restricted to this project, too.
Yes, they were.
What is the percentage of the $25 million of gifts that are in hand?
We have a little over $17 million, and we're actively pursuing the remainder. I believe as we get closer to completion of the design that we'll be able to bring in some more significant gifts.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a quick question. You've had some sort of safety analysis of these pools?
Yes, ma'am. They're very shallow. They're less than a foot in depth. Okay. We do anticipate students being in them for sure.
Any other questions? I won't repeat what Mr. Heldenfeld said. So. Can I have a motion for approval?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, those same sign. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Beautiful project. It really is.
What a great day. Fine arts, landscaping. This is a big improvement over what we usually do.
Almost for the fine arts.
The last project for committee approval is a request from the University of Houston to renovate the science, engineering, and classroom build-out for phase 2. And do you want Anchortown?
Yes.
Okay, with the University of Houston here is to provide us with an overview, and we have a handout on it too. Well,
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Philip Anchortown, University of Houston System, here to present the renovation of, actually it's a build-out of our second phase build-out of our science building. In 2002, the board approved this project. It was a 156,000 square foot facility that had approximately 36,000 in classrooms and the remainder in research labs. The project proposed to complete the classroom in its entirety and then leave the research components for build-out at a later stage. The project was actually completed and left money on the table. We came back to the board in 2005 and requested approval to use the surplus. It sounds surreal given the conversations we've had this morning about project cost overruns, to build out the clean rooms, the faculty offices, and key elements of the infrastructure. This phase will complete the 4th and 5th floors of the building in $6 million increments, and we hope to have the project completed, assuming board approval, by the end of June, July 09. If there are questions, I'd be happy to answer them for you.
And this Susan meets all the standards, just it's the same guideline issues that we talked about.
Correct.
Classroom and lab utilization.
this, but actually very few of our institutions meet the classroom and class lab.
We actually only have 2, maybe 3 that meet the classroom
2 or 3 out of 35. So.
Right. Class lab, it's about 10 of them, I believe, 10 to 15 of them meet the class lab guidelines.
Why is that?
For part of the institutions, when they share space, and this is a minority of the institutions, probably 2 or 3 of them, they share space, a lot of their space with community colleges, and so when the community colleges use the classroom, we don't collect that information because of the facilities. So that 2 or 3 of them, it's that issue. That includes the mid-Ts and that sort of thing. For some of the others, they have told us that the way that their buildings are, or their classrooms are aligned with the new technology and stuff, they don't have them. They need to do some modifications to their buildings to make their classrooms more useful. And so they're not, some of them, the classrooms are too small to really accommodate what they're looking at these days, and they don't have the technology features that they're, so they need to be renovated. They don't have the money to renovate them yet. That some of them, I don't know.
In fact,
it kind of goes all over the board.
Susan has set up a group to look at the issue of classroom utilization. And of course, Dr. Paredes knows all about utilization from California, which was diabolical in terms of what was required of us out there. One of the things we found is when we looked at classroom utilization at the system campuses, University of Houston system campuses, the classrooms that were at, we stratified all of them, 0 to 20, 20 to 30, and so on. Everything below 70 had underutilization. Everything above 70 seats had overutilization. You can see where the trend is from your traditional, the student who was going 8 to 5, or whatever the case might be, who were in smaller classes. Now, because of funding and other issues, the class sizes have become significantly bigger. In fact, we are just building classrooms that are in the 200 to 450 range. I mean, we're calling them auditoriums and saying we're going to use them for things like symposia, but the bulk of our classes actually are being taught in those types of facilities. And sad commentary, but true nonetheless.
And that's an issue that when we get into the next agenda item is we're hoping to visit with institutions in more depth on really looking at that. So. Okay, any other questions on this project? Now, can I have a motion for approval? Dr. Phillips, second.
Second.
Brenda, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by the same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. That completes all of our projects. The next agenda item is 2F. And this is a discussion that we really didn't give this justice at last meeting. That's why we wanted to move it up in the agenda this time to really visit with it. And this is about the task force that Fred's been working on along with Lane and Susan, I guess. And Gary, looking at really not just how do we present our briefing sheets in a more efficient way, but secondly, just looking at the whole approval process. And I'm going to let Fred lead us in this discussion and kind of also walk us through this new form. We'd like to start using this form if the committee thinks it's so noted here in the very near future. So, Fred?
Well, as Wet said, this Facilities Approval Task Force has kind of divided our scope of work into 3 phases. The first one being to deal with how each project is presented, and that's the information that you've got in your book that we'll go over here in just a second. The second was to identify and review the evaluation criteria and see which ones, if any, should be improved or updated or studied. And there are 3 of the criteria that we chose for that, which I mentioned earlier. And then the third phase is going to be to consider revisions or improvements to the actual project evaluation and approval process itself. Things like, does it make sense to have a contingency agenda for some projects? Should we expect the university representatives, the institution representatives to attend every meeting, or just for those projects on which board members identify questions? But also, and probably most importantly in that next phase of work would be to engage the institution's representatives in giving us feedback on recommended changes to the criteria and also recommended changes or improvements to the process. So, that's not going to be done in a vacuum. That's the next step will be for our 4-member task force to involve, a selected number of facility representatives to get their feedback and input before we go forward with this. The first thing is that we've got here, there are 3 pieces of information: a streamlined briefing sheet, which the task force felt better presents the basic information that we look at on each project in a little bit more succinct fashion. There is also a state map that would be used. I don't know that we would have a map for every project or maybe a map for every section. This was really generated by some good input from Elaine on how we put all these projects we look at quarterly into some context on a statewide basis using a map and bar graph exhibit. And then lastly, the idea to go from the current accountability page that's in there behind every project to the 1-page report card that staff has been working with other donors. I think it's in your book. Is this one different than the one that's in the book? Okay. So we'll want to refer to the one that it is front and back now, so we're accurate when we say 1 page. So we'll refer to that. It's on the top of the handouts here. Briefly, just to walk through this project briefing sheet, we tried to keep all the pertinent information summarized at top along with the project description, but then we tried to get all our guidelines and standards into one section, showing what that standard is, the range, the rank, and get it in a more concise fashion where you can see at a glance whether or not it meets all the guidelines and standards or not. Anything that is an exception at the end of each report will be a project notes section, and the project notes are intended to deal with anything that is either not met or needs to be explained within the presentation. There's the usual information on gross square feet, net assignable square feet, and E&G and ASF. Then we've got a phase at time of submittal. We talked a lot about how we could try to incorporate a more detailed project schedule, and that may still be an improvement we could add to this project briefing sheet, but at least we've got some indication, and of course this could be broken out into even more detail than we show, but at least this gives you just a quick look at, are we in the planning phase? Are they selecting a construction manager or contractor, design, construction? Probably a little bit more thought needs to go into those categories because there are so many different project delivery systems in the marketplace now. But we wanted some sense of where is this project when we see it. We wanted total building costs broken down, but with percentages so that at least I don't have to sit there and calculate the percentages. Do as a bad habit. And then the project evaluation that the staff provides before the project notes. So hopefully within a page and a half or 2, you'll get the same key information that has been taking 4 to 5 pages to show you in the past. And what we hope is a sort of a streamlined, easier to discern presentation. Before I move on to the other 2 things, is there any questions on that? Because I ran through that pretty quickly. Elaine, do you want to add any comments?
I just had a comment too. I like that the contingency cost is broken out.
Yeah, we see so much variation in both fees and particularly in contingency that we want to, and also if you understand where they are in the phase of the project, you can kind of relate that to the contingency as well.
And one of the things that we did talk about is that the phases for a new construction versus phases for a reapproval, we may have 2 different sets of phase
for that.
Fred, would there be a place on here, maybe it's here and I haven't taken it in yet, for noting, I don't know what the word for this is, how many times they've come to us? I know often Susan will say, now they're coming back because of X, Y, or Z.
We can add that. If it's a reapproval, we could put in parentheses where this one up here says construction of civil engineering laboratory. We could easily, if it's a reapproval, we put reapproval of, and we could put the number of times.
Kind of the timeline.
Right, and we've done that on the building costs.
Yeah.
So if it's a change and it's got a second, coming back for a second time or a third time, we generally just
fill that in.
Go out so that you can see where the changes have happened. But we can do that easily.
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion, so that we capture that, as Lynn said, not just that it's a reapproval, but how many times and what were the dates. Other comments or questions?
Fred, down on the timeline, I don't know if we could put it somewhere in here, just also the completion time we're looking at. We talked a lot about that today in terms of, because I think that helps me from just a contextual standpoint, understanding. And so I don't know if you incorporate that into that timeline there,
I think we can, because I wanted to do that too, and we just, on this proposed sheet, we didn't get it on there, but I think...
we just put it in the notes on this one.
Well, that's one option, but we also talked about trying to put the schedule box out next to total building costs. It could be a very simple graphic or something that just indicates a number of different ways to show a schedule.
Yeah, I missed that. You ought to put it over the project.
I'm not going to make you do a Microsoft project spreadsheet.
I've tried. It didn't work very well.
I think we can indicate,
Had a lot of operator error.
Design and groundbreaking milestone, and then construction timeline, occupancy, in a fairly simple fashion. So we talked about that, just didn't get on here.
Fred, the other thing that we talked about yesterday in our call is this change of format and quote unquote require approval. It's just our recommendation is a little bit more efficient way for us to look at it. And we talked about yesterday that as we bring the institutions in, we could really see this being a working process. It could be an initial way for us to begin looking at it from a committee and a board standpoint, but as we have to get the institutions in here, we might find there's either more enhancements we can make to it, which would be easier for us. Fred even asked Susan yesterday, I don't know if she had a heart attack when he asked this, but he said, is there any way that we could go ahead and take this format and present the board projects in this format just to get the board used to looking at it?
And I talked to my staff about it, and they didn't have a heart attack, so I think it's good.
Okay. But as opposed to taking it to the board and saying, what do you think, just, basically presenting this format and saying if it is easier for the board to kind of get a snapshot and understand the projects in a little bit quicker manner. So.
One of the things we could actually do both. We could do both. We've already got the other one finished, so that's done, and we can just add this to it and see. That way they have a side-by-side comparison.
Given the discussions this morning, I'm wondering if we want to add a category for their target for going before bond review.
That's
if it applies.
Is a bond review always follow the coordinating board?
No. In fact, the one in July is before the coordinating board meeting.
Well, I mean, in terms of the institution's process.
Yes, they have to. They have to have our approval. Bond review board won't take it up until they have ours.
Well, that's, that could either be part of the timeline or schedule that we're talking about, but I think it is a good, pertinent piece of information.
You could simply have a page that gives the schedule for the bond review board for the year, so you didn't have to have it for every project. Because today what they were talking about was this meeting versus that meeting. So,
Right, but
July versus.
But it was important for us to know that their target was the July bond review versus the September, whatever.
That's a good point.
Other comments or suggestions? Really good work.
Yeah, I have a comment that's directed more towards Elaine and Brenda and Commissioner David. I wonder if we shouldn't expand the scope of this task force a little bit and include the process for academic program approval as well, because I can see that we could just pick this up and use it.
That is the plan, to use this as part of
The maps
for
as
all
well.
the maps as well. We can steal that from y'all, but we might want to go through, and since you've just done it, Elaine, we might want to go through thinking about how to make the initial sheet that we see, more comprehensible, more easily understood. Anyway, just y'all be thinking about it.
That's a very good idea. We should do that.
I think with Elaine's experience, she'd be the right person.
That's what I was thinking.
She loves to go to meetings.
I'm excited. What are you talking about? Thank you.
Talk about the map. The next piece of information is a state map. It's a work in progress. In order to try to give greater context to the projects we look at, we look at all these projects one by one.
Yeah.
We don't do anything, or rarely do anything, to look at what are we doing on a statewide basis and a regional basis.
Hey, yours.
So, the top of half of this page is just shows the regions and the institutions in each region. The bottom half is designed to show two things: the total project cost in millions approved by region, and then the cost per student approved by region. The task force thought it might be pertinent to look at the cost per student in terms of current number of students and the projected number of students in 2015. The interesting thing is, when that was graphed, assuming this is all accurate information, there's not a lot of difference. There's not a significant shift. There's some minor shifting, but not a significant shifting in the cost per current student versus projected student, which is surprised me a little bit, frankly. But the idea would also be to, I think on this map, correct me if we didn't talk about this, but would be to locate the project on the map.
We will, and that's one of the things that we actually have a consultant scheduled. We can get some software loaded that will make it easier to provide on the fly, like if it's an engineering building like this one, we could come up with the number of degrees awarded in engineering by area, and then also we're changing our facilities inventory to include the zip code of buildings, and so then that could be loaded into the maps at the same time. Now that's going to be this will be a phase-in sort of thing. We're having some additional training on maps for the people that work with our databases in July. So we're getting the training. They've done their first maps and they were very excited, but mapping is a whole new area, and so they're getting additional training in that area, and as we get that training, we'll be able to load more and more of the things into the map to be able to put it into context. So
it is kind of a work.
We're working that way, but it's going to take us a little while to get there.
Elaine and I have been thinking up ideas on how to use this faster than the training
we
and
should
knowledge
get there.
coming in.
And training on maps is actually getting harder to get. We tried to get somebody in June, and the person that is doing the training for the type of software we have is not even available till the end of July.
But Lynn, the goal was to eventually move to the academic programs as well.
Right.
Be able to look, here we're going to put an engineering program X, and what is the surrounding community? That's look at that as well.
So we're thinking along those lines. We haven't gotten there yet.
We mapped out a strategy.
Yes.
Good.
Fred, both you and Wayne and Susan, all this cost data, is this going to always be like on a rolling 12? Is that what it's going to be?
We could either do it a rolling 12, or we could do it on a fiscal year, or that's something that would be at.
I think a rolling 12 is,
it'd be the prior.
Data will not get stale on this, which I think will be interesting. And And I assume we capture all, I mean, is there any construction dollars that we don't capture, and is this reflective of everything all of the state? I mean, you know.
We only capture projects that come to us. We don't get those that are under $1 million for repair and renovation and under $2 million for new construction. They're not reported to us. They don't come to us.
This is a strong majority.
Oh, yes.
This would represent
the vast majority of it, right?
I just was wondering if that would distort the per student cost number.
I don't believe it would. And any of the facilities people out there may have a better feel for what portion. Most of it's so.
Yeah, no, I think you're getting a large majority of the cost. You know, the $1 million, under $1 million for new construction.
I think it's real, at least from a layman's perspective, very interesting just to kind of look at, from a regional standpoint, where the dollars are and how the students are allocated. I'll be real interested to also get institutional feedback on this when y'all start having your meetings with them, because there may be a whole other angle for how we should look at it, but I think it's a great start.
You know, again, my thought on using this, but, you know, Elaine and Susan may have other ideas, was that each quarter, and we may have more than one map, but we would like all the projects that are coming before us at a quarterly meeting would be, you know, shown on the map together. Right. And then if we wanted to have variations like, okay, compare this project to, as Elaine said, you know, other engineering schools or other student activity centers or performing arts centers, and we could have a map that would show that as well versus the existing inventory.
We could show like the projects that have come to us in the past, you know, years, or those that are not completed, that sort of thing. I mean, like I said, that's all. The mapping part's all kind of a work in progress to get to that point. We have to update our inventory with the zip codes and all that before we can even start doing some of that part.
We'll try to walk before we run, so we don't request for maps. What would fall behind each project briefing sheet in lieu of what we use now would be the one-page report card, and as Susan said, let's refer to the ones in your handouts. Susan, you want to walk us through this?
All of this is actually information that's on our accountability site currently. So what we're doing is taking it, and instead of doing what you have right now, that's behind them, is showing it more in a graphical nature. Look at the average class size, so not only would you get classroom utilization, but you'd also get average class size. And this is one thing that is actually not on accountability, is we'd split out the average class size by lower division and upper division. So helps for those freshman, sophomore classes versus the junior and senior classes. Then we'd look at the undergraduate class size, those with fewer than 20 and greater than 50. And from what we're hearing, we're going to see or a pretty good percentage of them being greater than 50, because we're talking about only the undergraduate classes. Most of your graduate classes are way below 30 or 30 and below easily. So we're concentrating on the undergraduate class size. We look at the transfers from 2 years in two different ways. Well, the percent of the baccalaureate graduates, and then also the baccalaureate graduation rate for those students who transfer from a community college into the university. So this is actually also working in conjunction with the VSA, which is the Voluntary System of Accountability, that all of our universities have agreed to participate in at this point. Community colleges are not, but the universities have, and the definitions are either exactly the same or very similar. Where they are exactly the same, we've already volunteered to the universities to submit that data to them. The BSA can't accept it at this point. It's on an Excel spreadsheet for them. So what they're in the process of moving to a web base, in which case they'll have a database supporting that, and we'll be able to feed into them. And California system is doing the same thing. So we'll be working with them to be able to feed that information. But our plan is to have this and use it for multiple purposes. One purpose would be behind all the briefing sheets and the programs that are coming forward. The other purpose is we would have it on our website, and then if they want, like on the accountability system, we have 1-year and 2-year persistence rates by ethnicity. So on the website, they could look at this one page and click, and then go to the accountability system where it provides that information in more detail. So we're looking at it serving a dual purpose.
So the idea would be to go to the so-called one-page report card on the website, but actually click on a category to drill down.
To drill down into further information. So this is one of those things that we're, you know, it is a work in progress. Also, this is just a mock-up until we got the layout right and before we had a lot of programming done to incorporate all of that and get the layout to where we wanted it. So these are kind of what we're looking at right now, and we're going to, you know, using the accountability system so there would not be any additional information that had to be provided by the institutions, that sort of thing, because we don't want to add reporting burden.
The institutional closing the gaps targets, am I missing something? Where are they?
The closing the gaps targets are not on here. These are just the, where they at, they are on, their student profile is on the back page, and then some of the financial information is on the back page. One of the things we had talked about is adding a column to the right-hand side. So we kind of bunch it all up a little bit and add a column that actually said where the average for their peers, their in-state peers are, as far as what is the in-state peers, persistence rates and graduation rates, that sort of thing.
We had talked, Lane, yesterday about, you know, we've developed some profiles up in East Texas where we look at statewide, but that's just not real meaningful. I mean, you know, just because the variation in types of institutions. So the thought was, you know, on the right-hand corner of the front page of this list, you know, this better than me, it lists all the institutions and their peer groups. So the thought would be to take an average of that peer group, which would then give us at least a benchmark to look at. How are they at 80% of where their peer group is, or are they at 120%, or how are we choosing to state it?
Whether it's expressed as a ranking or a percentile.
You probably want a range because, I mean, if you think of in terms of what you do with some of your space standards, just the examples here in the emerging research, there's a pretty big range on some of these measures between the schools, and an average of some type would really distort it, I think.
That's one of the reasons, David, why we were limiting it to within the peer group.
Yeah, but within the peer group, I mean, I can tell you this peer group, there's a wide range on a number of these measures. If I could bring up one other thing that's pertinent to facilities, it wouldn't be directly pertinent on the academic side, that you don't have in either of these, and we've talked about, at least Susan and I, a couple of years, that has to be taken into account somewhere, at least related to facilities, is a concept of online education, and it has a real different impact on facilities needs on campuses, and we haven't gotten a hold of that. We have at least one campus has said they have a large number of students who only take courses online. They don't take any on campus, and that there's certainly resource needs associated with that, but they're not the same kind. And as we get more and more into that, we have to figure out a way to...
That's, when we start meeting with the institution representatives, that's one of the things we wanted to discuss versus space utilization, you know, rankings or evaluations. I think that's real pertinent to, it's affecting space utilization if you've got a significant percentage of online students that aren't there on campus.
Right.
So that's a great point. Any other observations on this report card?
Can we go ahead and start using this for the GI board meeting?
I may have heart attack on that one. Because we have done this in Excel just as a mock-up till we got the layout where we wanted it, and then it's going to take programming. All of this is in databases, but the programming has to be done to pull it all into the right thing. And the web people may kill me.
So let me rephrase the question because I was going to ask similar. When could we start using?
I would say we could probably start in October, but Casey may be about to shoot me because we're in the process of redesigning our webpage at the same, our whole web page at the same time. So I would hate to commit somebody else's staff because this is actually, at this point, we'll go to the web, the IT shop for that.
Well, I'd like for the board to be told what timeline this is.
Okay, I'll talk to Casey and we'll have that right.
And how it fits into the website redesign.
Right.
I think it also, Fred, would, if there's a way we could get it done in mid-fall, I think it can be very helpful also from the standpoint of as we go into the session.
Okay.
It's just a quick way to look at an institution, and as a lot of those separate institutional items come up, and I know still we need to look at how do we need some comparison to something, and so I think, what does that look like? I know that's another change we need to put in on it, but
it would be great to be able to take it to the key members of the legislature in the fall before the session starts.
And I'll talk to Casey about that and get it on his high priority list.
And I also suspect that until we see actual institutions and figures, that's going to generate a lot more questions. Mock of will.
And this was all one institution, wasn't it? Janet, this was... Oh, okay, it's a variety of institutions all pulled together. So we will get started on that.
Witness Protection Act.
I was trying to figure out who this was, and I gave up. I got no consistency between the bar graphs, so I started to read it. So. But again, I think it's great work, and it's something that we've been talking about for probably a year now.
Yeah.
And I just think, Lynn, this will roll right over into AER.
Great.
Behind all of our degree programs.
And that was the plan, is to use this same...
I'm happy y'all did it together.
We're not forgetting.
One thing that's happened is the Academic Excellence and Research Division has been working more closely with Susan and her group on the accountability system and some of those things, and a way to integrate the efforts more than they have been, but that needs to be increased to an even greater extent.
On both proposal forms for facilities and for programs, we have the question of does this contribute to meeting the goals of closing the gaps? Are we now just going to infer that from this, or if we're not, I think we need to give the institution some help as to what we mean by that question.
Well, you'll notice that question was not on the revised project briefing.
I know that it's not. That's why I'm asking.
You may have noticed that the projects we reviewed today, the majority of them did not meet closing the gaps.
They think they don't, but there are a lot of, I think nobody's ever stopped to think about really what that question means. We just have this question and these pitiful little answers.
I should say in regard to that, I think the institutions will frequently say they do, and when I see them, I say they don't. In my estimation, that it's a big stretch. That doesn't mean they're not an important project.
No.
There are projects that, performing arts center or student activity center that may or may not directly meet the closing the gaps goals, but still serve the purpose in the academic community. I agree with David. The other phenomenon that I see is we have that question on there in the box, and so the institution or whoever's preparing it sort of says, okay, they come up with a good spin on this one,
Right.
How do I stretch this to closing the gaps? And it really didn't serve the purpose.
But I think if we gave them, if we wanted to have a question similar to that, and we had some guidance, it could provide us a lot of information. For example, maybe an answer would be, well, we've designed these classrooms so that they can be used for course redesign 23, or something like that. I mean, we could provide them ways to think about their projects that might help.
Well, one thing we hear a lot, and I don't know the answer to this, but we hear a lot about the non-traditional students.
Yeah.
And that there really isn't anything that addresses it. What about the building out of a campus or the way programs are delivered addresses the non-traditional student in ways that are meaningful. If there are many, different ways of addressing that. Those times, and things still come in, for the most part, the same way they would, many years ago. In terms of assumptions, there's probably more there, but it's not in terms of looked at in terms of the analysis.
Well, I'm not sure that's true, because, maybe they're just things we aren't thinking about. Like, maybe you look at your campus plan and you see that maybe if you worked with the city, you could get a bus line to come here. I mean, there are all kinds of things that could be...
Well, I'm saying we don't address that, and I'm sure that there's more consideration of it than we hear, but we don't hear it, and we're not really asking that.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Well, maybe we can just keep rolling that around. It might be that that if we give some guidelines, people would come up and say, this is something that's going to help a certain group of students.
Yeah, we kick that around a little bit, but not, I just know the way we have been doing it is...
It's ineffective. It's ineffective, really. Kind of embarrassing.
And maybe how the metrics on the report card could play a role in that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's... Yeah, I think we can infer from them the answer to the question.
It's more relevant than effective.
Which what?
I said, I think in most cases it's irrelevant rather than ineffective in terms of building projects, but certainly academic programs, that ought to be a key criteria.
It's something we can continue to kick around because, as was stated earlier, we expect this to be somewhat of a working process, not only in the getting of the institution's feedback and input, but as we work with it over the next few quarters.
Fred, just two other comments before we move on. One is, and I think it is kind of going to Lynn's comment, asking about, is there any way to graphically show? I don't think there is, but you think about the report we're going to see here in a few minutes on the year's progress on closing the gaps and where we are on all four goals. And we can look at that on a global basis. We can look on a global basis where we are in participation, where we're in excess, and you can see improvements in those areas. And then we've always asked ourselves, at least I think the whole 4 years I've been here, how do you ever drive that down to an institutional level where you go, what role, whether it's performance to institutional targets or whatever it is. And I don't know, I think that's almost too much detail for this. I think, though, if we can look at something like graduation rates versus a peer group or a range of a peer group, if we know the overall closing gaps and how we're doing there, I think it gives us the focal point to try to figure out, this institution may just be really far exceeding what the rest of the peer group's doing, which shows they're playing a big role in driving that forward. So I wouldn't change that, but I think it's a question we need to ask as we look at whatever peer group ranking we have in there. I think the other thing, Fred, that when you start meeting in the approval process, and I think we've talked about this before, but I assume you are going to talk about any other metrics that we should be looking at. And I go back to some of the presentations of more of the health-related institutions, like we've seen Susan Lipke, where you look at the metrics that the Board of Regents are setting for measuring the success of that project. And I think that's a real interesting concept. I don't know if that can be done across all projects, but is that a concept that we can use looking across all projects as that type of metric setting too? So I don't know what it looks like. It's interesting to see how the regents have looked at that. And that was in several of these packages we saw today. So
It'd be interesting to go and look at some of the institutions' own websites and see what they identify as their strengths. That might give us a way to
one limited example of that, and as a way to segue to the next part of this report, is of the three criteria we're looking at, the cost per square foot standards are one of them. And the discussion we've had about that is the UT system and how they maintain construction cost standards and update that periodically is one model that we've Susan and Gary have spent some time looking at and that we've considered as we try to explore best practices, other state standards on how to look at, best look at construction costs. There are two memos at your place, one on deferred and critical maintenance and another on space utilization standards. Those are the other two criteria that we're looking at. And based on Gary's research and what we learned from this report, our current standard of 5%, no more than a 5% level of deferred maintenance with zero critical maintenance, is we think, a pretty applicable standard. We also found that the recommended rate of spending is 1.5% to 2% per year. So 5%, 5% max on deferred maintenance would represent a 2.5 to 3 year backlog. Deferred maintenance, if you look at it that way. So we think we actually are going to recommend no change in that standard. We think we actually are matching what would be considered the typical, or for that matter, best practices. And in fact, Texas is doing pretty well overall. I think, Gary, this memo is a little bit different. So what is the percentage we're at on average as a state?
We're at 2%.
There it is, 2%.
On a statewide basis. And
with
as of the 7 report, it's only 5%. So I think
which is also referred to in your memo. But out of the $20 billion overall E&C value, deferred maintenance is on average 2%, and critical maintenance 1/10 of 1%. So I think it's good to know that on a statewide basis, Texas is doing pretty well in that area. So I think we've kind of finished our review of that criteria. Feel good about it. We're still talking about whether to add or change what we use for space utilization standards. And there's a memo that Gary has in here that talks about room utilization rate or station use rate hours. And part of that is a study that was done in 2004 by California that compares all the states based on 2004 data. I guess it was 2004.
that table is from the guidelines that are used by other states for both classroom, station occupancy rate. Something that we don't use as a guideline. It is something that most of the states use in combination with the hours per week, how well the class size matches the capacity of the room.
Here, you want to walk through an example of how this would be used?
Well, if we were to have a guideline for occupancy, then we would take the school would give us in their room inventory the capacity of the room. The classroom or class lab, they give us the capacity of the room, and we would use our class report data that they send us each semester to calculate by class per week how many of the stations, whether desks or chairs or whatever, how many of those per week are being used. For example, it would come up with an occupancy rate. If you have a 100-seat room and you have 50 students in that class, then you have a 50% occupancy rate for that class. And it would only be calculated on rooms that they use, not on not used. But if you have classrooms that are used, that calculates how well they're matching the room size to the class that's being scheduled into the room. Hours per week average tells you how many hours per week they're actually using classrooms that they have available.
Anyway, the goal is to, with the input of the institutions, is get to something that is really a more meaningful standard, not just a guideline for assessing, how efficient is this institution in using its space, and what is the correct benchmark for efficiency. What represents good performance versus under average performance.
One of the questions, and I don't know how we've got to figure out a way to deal with this, but what universities say all the time is that there's no space utilization model that captures the familiar phenomenon of students walking out of a class and saying, I don't understand this concept very well. Let's find an empty classroom and go in there and create an ad hoc study group. And that kind of utilization occurs all the time. And institutions, in a sense, allow for that kind of informal use. But it's very difficult to figure out a way to measure that. It's a legitimate use of space.
It'd be the same across the board, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, everybody be benefited or disbenefited, but the same.
I think originally, I was looking at this California study, because originally they had said they wanted the classroom to utilize 60 hours a week. Well, that wouldn't allow, and the study said that was not a reasonable goal, because it doesn't, if you have classes use 60 hours a week, the students don't have access or to study groups or to study.
Somewhere between 60 and 35, there's got to be a happy.
Well, we may have to come up with our own standard with the input from the institutions, but there's got to be a way to measure it.
Sorry, about you. Well, do you account for growth? I mean, is some of that for growth plans or?
Well, I think, we just have to, we don't want it to be too complex or too difficult to understand. I mean, we want to come up with something simple. The example I was going to use was from the lodging industry, where they measure occupancy by room nights. And, they don't shoot for 100%. That's not really realistic for most hotels. But, 60% is considered a benchmark, for making money in the hotel industry. So I don't know whether we don't have room nights, but we have desk days or desk hours or station hours, which is really kind of what this gets at.
Well, maybe
it's a similar type of metric.
Maybe the benchmark is we just want to see regular improvement and reports from the institutions about what they're doing to be more economical and more effective in the use of space.
Well, there's a different type of issue that doesn't directly bear on the institution, but if you're talking about the state efficient use of resources, Susan mentioned in passing when she talked about a couple or three schools or community colleges use their space. So when you have metropolitan areas where you have in some cases 5 or 6 public institutions, maybe more when you have large community college districts and you have space issues, one of the things you'd like to see is more use of space when someone else isn't using it. You could have a university which are predominantly using classrooms in the afternoon, but their classrooms are empty in the evening. You'd have to figure out ways to share calls in terms of maintenance and all that kind of thing. And sometimes this is not practical, but I think that's something that goes beyond the institutional analysis. And when you were talking about regions earlier, some of that gets into that regional analysis. Right now in Houston, we have a large number of institutions that are working together on research space, I know, and doing some things together on that. That's good for the state and good for the institutions. And so somehow that's part of the analysis that I think ultimately you're looking for. Can't necessarily just be the institution itself doing that alone when they're surrounded by.
We've had a lot of discussion about that, and while we don't want the tail to wag the dog in terms of minority institutions, we do want to try to figure out how to give credit for multi-institutional use of the facility. It only makes sense. I mean, really, the bottom line, the real goal is to incentivize institutions to make more use of the space they've got and be creative in doing it.
You could always do that, I guess, in some instructions to the universities to make those notations. Like, let's say they have what looks like a low utilization rate, and they could always note these classes are being used at night by another institution, something like that. Or it's low now, but we've projected growth in our mission, which you have proved, and things like
Perhaps they should submit plans if they're well below what we consider.
And the two that are actually at the bottom statewide on utilization are the two that I know have system centers where they have the community colleges involved. So, it's one of those things that...
The same thing is to give credit for or calculate community college.
Right, and actually for UT Brownsville, we have started receiving the Texas Southmost room use so that we can include Texas Southmost in the calculation. And, you have Lamar, who they have Lamar Tech, and so there's some of that sort of...
There's some community usage as well where they make some of the facilities and classrooms available to different organizations in the community, which is a plus.
So it's really, I think it's a way to have those pluses noted. I think it's great information for us to have.
Any other comments on that? So we have more work to do on that standard and on the cost standards, and I want to get input. And lastly, as I said, the next phase we're just beginning to get into, or we're going to start, is before the next board meeting, or the October board meeting, is what are some ways to improve and revise the approval process itself. I mentioned the consent agenda idea. And just trying to get the process, coordinating board should be neither a speed bump nor a block wall when it comes to facilities approval. So how to make the process as relevant as possible without either wasting institutional time or our time.
And also communicating the fact that we are doing our job. That's the other balance issue.
So stay tuned. Elaine, did you want to add anything?
No. It's been fun.
Great work, John.
Really good work.
We're only about halfway.
I want to have a little more fun, though.
But I'm hearing we are to try to use at least the briefing sheet format for board meeting.
Right.
That's what
Okay, the agenda item 2G is really I'm going to let Fred report on this. Fred had reconvened the capital funding work group to reassess the original recommendations which have been made, and what I'd like to do is just give a brief update on that, and then talk about really what do we do with this information now that we've got it.
Yeah, and we actually reported, albeit just about in the space of 10 seconds at the March committee meeting, that the capital funding work group had reconvened and had basically readopted or agreed that these set of 3 recommendations were still what institutions would like to see when it comes to capital funding. The real going forward issue is where do we prioritize these capital funding recommendations in light of all of the stuff that's on our plate for the coming session, and where does this fit in, and if so, then how do we take these recommendations to the appropriate interim committee or task force or reporting body. And they basically, the recommendations fall into 3 categories: the structure of the HEAF fund and its use, the idea of a state matching set aside for maintenance and repair at 1.25%, and then the possibility of transitioning from the use of TRBs to general obligation bonds. The one thing that the facilities Approval Task Force just arbitrarily added these things to the scope of work. And one of the things we talked about with Susan was the idea of choosing those strategies which would be perhaps helpful to the institutions. For instance, the ability to remove the current maximum maturity period of 10 years so that longer debt amortization would be possible, and allowing institutions to pledge up to 75% rather than 50% of funds. Recommendations that would have a zero fiscal note might be added to our priorities for the coming legislative sessions as recommendations for approval, as opposed to those things like increasing the HEAF corpus target, which actually would have a zero fiscal note too. But what is the current balance, Susan?
450 million, or
is that the current target or the current balance?
No, that's the current balance. The current target is $2 billion.
$2 billion.
But they haven't actually put money towards the corpus in a couple of bienniums.
450 million, but that hasn't happened in a couple of bienniums.
Yeah, and so, but the problem that we have, and the reason the increase of the corpus would be, right now, if they did decide to miraculously put in to where they're at $2 billion, the way the statute reads, they can only start allocating funds out of the interest from that. So basically, all of the institutions would take a cut in the amount of HEAF money they get at the $2 billion amount. So just to, as a protection to the institution, to get it up to, I mean, I find it very unlikely that they would actually fund up to the $2 billion all at one time. They might, you know, but this would kind of be a protection clause for the institutions.
The second recommendation about a state matching set-aside based on 2006 dollars was estimated to have a fiscal note impact of $210 million. However, given some of Gary's research, the initial recommendation that we reapproved in March was 1.25% spent by the institutions, matched by the state with another 1.25%. But best practices per research done in the month since shows that states typically want to see 1.5% to 2% total spent. Correct, Gary? So, split that in half for a match program might mean that we could actually reduce that recommendation to 1% or even 0.75. So that fiscal impact could be reduced, but nevertheless, there'll still be.
But the replacement value has also gone up.
Yeah.
So it may.
A lower percentage of a higher replacement value. It may stay the same.
It may stay the same.
And then there's this third recommendation is something that we may want to be prepared to put on the table should it become a desirable or an alternative that might want to be considered at some point during the session, given some of the capital funding needs that are perceived out there. I don't know, Susan, are there any fiscal?
There would be huge fiscal ramifications. Right now, when the legislature issues or authorizes TRB bonds, those are actually still the responsibility of the institutions. The systems themselves are issuing those bonds. With the GO bond, it becomes a debt to the state. It would take a constitutional amendment over and above being passed by the legislature. It would take a constitutional amendment. And the fact that it becomes a debt to the state.
Sure, there's a difference between off-balance sheet financing and balance sheet.
Yeah.
It's a shell game, but.
It's a shell game, but. There was one session, I think it's a 0304 session, where the legislature did not appropriate total debt service. They paid the, I believe it was the interest only or the principal only, and the schools had to go back and try to figure out how to pay the other part. So there is, the institutions would love for them to be GO bonds instead of system-issued bonds, but, that may be a hard sell.
Well, the whole reason for doing it is to be looked out as a traditional capital funding model looking out 10 and 20 years as opposed to looking every 2 years.
Right, so that's precisely.
And one thing that on these, and we'll talk about this when we get to the legislative update, is the board will be presented with the LAR at the July board meeting, and that'll go before the Agency Ops Committee the 20th. I can't remember whatever date that is. And what I've talked to Chairman Shepard about is that once the LAR is approved, would be then this committee beginning to look at what the LAR priorities are, because there's also be other policy issues, zero fiscal note issues such as Fred outlined, and to let this committee then begin working on with the commissioner and Laura and David as to what the legislative priorities should be. I think that's how we did it last year, if I remember. So the thought would be by September for us to identify what those legislative priorities are, so we're all on the same page and be able to present those in our September board meeting. So that would be, in my mind, one of the top agenda items that will come back to our committee, in September or whenever September when we meet.
Middle of September is when we meet.
So
I have a question about that, Eleanor. I think the LVD sent out instructions where agencies are required to do a 10% cut from baseline. Is that correct? So when we see the LAR and Ops Committee, are we going to have clearly identified staff's proposals in terms of these 10% cuts?
Yes.
Okay.
You'll see a line by line detail of all the items in the agency, and it'll show baseline where we were,
and then you'll have exceptional items that you would like to have added back into LAR. And that was actually my question, that how does this, what is our role in terms of these capital projects when it comes to the legislative session, in terms of presenting as our agency or working with the institutions? I wasn't clear on how that would happen.
When you say these, like TRB projects?
Yeah.
Well, last session, what happened is that the coordinating board put together a process for evaluating TRBs, and it was probably the first time, I don't say, but I mean, it was a more extensive, pragmatic, systematic type of approach, and then we shared that with leadership. So it somewhat stacked ranked those projects based upon an evaluation by the coordinating board staff, and I'm sure everybody has a different opinion on that, but I've heard some comments from leadership say we really did like having that, and I even heard comments that we looked at 90% we felt like we were right on, and then of course you had special items which come into play subsequent to that, but there is a process for that, and I guess the real key is will TRBs be in the session or not, and I'm hearing.
I've had preliminary discussions with some of the legislative leadership about this, and I don't think there's been a decision, but I did communicate we would need some time to obviously evaluate the TRBs. And
More than a month.
Yeah.
More than a month.
So we talked about early fall as the last possible moment to let us know that we needed to evaluate these projects.
I think last year we did it in
30 days. Long nights.
And then, and I think Brenda, the other comment then will be is once LAR steps, just really then just looking at what's on the legislative agenda and saying what are the priorities, and you'll see at the backside of the presentation, Laura's going to give the committee, especially those members who weren't here last year, what our legislative priorities were for last session. So it kind of shows you how we did identify those and prioritize them, just to get the committee thinking before our next meeting. So
certainly any feedback that y'all as committee members have on these recommendations would be much appreciated. Between now and September.
Yeah.
You don't have to, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but.
Okay, any other comments at all on the capital funding work group? We've kind of blended over into the legislative agenda too, so shorten that a little bit. agenda item 2H. Can we take maybe about a 5-minute break? How's everybody feel about that real quick? You're the chairman. Chairman wants to take a 5-minute break. Okay?
We always do it, the chairman says.
So let's take about a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and jump into graduation rights. Thank you.
I need more than a 5-minute break to jump before we jump in.
So,
Please don't apologize.
we're gonna, I think we can really get to a lot of these other agenda items pretty quick. We left off at agenda item 2H, and that is, I think we even had this on our last agenda. We never made it to it, did we?
Exactly right.
But it was a discussion of graduation rates, which is a topic discussed at length, often. And Janet Binky to come up and give us a presentation. And Janet, do we have some additional materials we need to?
If you want to look at them, I think, Marilyn, did they get these sheets? The comparison, the breakout, the comparison? Yeah. You'll probably have...
I'm not seeing that.
Okay. Anyway, if you want the detail, we can give it to you later. It's available, but you can get the slides.
Okay. Thanks, Janet.
Okay. In January of this year, Dr. Diana Natalicio, who's president of the University of Texas at El Paso, talked with you about the issues that she has with the graduation rate. And because we use the graduation rate quite often and are concerned to make sure that we're using the best rates for these kinds of things, we decided we would also explore using and measuring some other kind of graduation rates. Before we talk about the new rates, I wanted to just remind you of what the current rate is, how it's calculated. And like the U.S. Department of Education and the LBB, we look at a cohort of first-time, full-time students who are credential seeking, and those would be students who enter in the fall semester. Now, if they started the previous summer semester and continue at the same institution in the fall, they're also counted. And we do a rate for all those who've received a bachelor's degree or higher within a 6-year period. Also, for the coordinating board, we use that same information, but we also calculate a rate for those students who might have graduated from another Texas public or independent institution.
Remember, Janet, who gets credit for those?
Usually the institution where the student started.
Always the institution where they started.
But we have some other ways of measuring some of the other things. And actually using that same methodology, we also calculate 4-year rates and we calculate 10-year rates. And we've done recently a 10-year rate that is for full-time students and for part-time students. So we do a variety of things, but always using the same kind of cohort. We looked around at things to compare with for an alternate graduation rate and decided to use the suggestions of Cliff Edelman, who is a longtime employee of the U.S. Department of Education. He's now retired, but he's been an advocate of having a more inclusive graduation rate, one that would include more students than the first-time full-time methodology does. And so he has come up with a plan that you look at 4-year graduation rate, 6-year graduation rate, and also a graduation rate for transfer students. And when you take all those things into consideration, there are actually 16 different versions of his graduation rates. So the similarities between our rates and those that were suggested by Dr. Edelman are that they do both track first-time college students, that they can be followed for 4 and 6 years, and that they graduate, in the way we've run it, they will graduate either from the same institution where they started or from another Texas public independent or institution, and that they receive the bachelor's degree or higher. Now, the differences between the rates are that his version uses students who start anytime during the fiscal year, and he counts all those who in any semester that they're there took 6 semester credit hours. So you really included almost everybody except those who were kind of just really periodic students who occasionally take a 3-hour course. And he doesn't look at the educational intent of the student. He also subdivides his group into students who are dependent, those who are younger than 21, and independent students, those who are over 21. Next slide. And I will give you just a little bit of the results of the correlation that was run by, this is not on the slide there.
We do have it in our package.
Okay. You can see that for all students, dependent and independent, the correlation between the 4-year graduation rate that we do and the 6-year graduation rate that we do, when compared with Dr. Edelman's versions, has 0.99% correlation, meaning essentially the same results. And you can see that for dependent students, the results are very similar. For independent students, because that group then becomes a wider group of students, different ages, different expectations, they end up being less similar, but still at 82% for 4-year and 77.77 for the 6-year. They're still substantially similar. Okay, now we'll look at the transfer graduation rate that Dr. Edelman suggested. And for the coordinating board, we always do calculate a graduation rate for transfer students. We look at all those students who, in the 6 years prior to their transfer, earned at least 30 semester credit hours at a 2-year institution. And then we follow those students for 4 more years. So we can basically 10 years in order to complete. And for Dr. Edelman's rate, he takes all students who have 6 or more semester credit hours in their first semester when they're transferring to a university. And so you really have quite a bit of variation in the way that this cohort is chosen for both of these. And he doesn't take into account the credits that the student earned at the prior institution.
Just a little context that isn't apparent here is that both Cliff and Dr. Nardalizio point out that Texas does address graduation in a wider range of ways, certainly than the feds and than most other states, and that we calculate multiple graduation rates, but the focus is on the 4, 5, and 6 year rate, but typically and by the legislature here. But it's important to note that he suggested a longer calculation. We did that, a 10-year rate for the first time.
With the 89 cohort, so it was in 99.
99, so we've been looking at that a long time. And to note, one thing that you learn from that is that most of the students who are going to graduate in 10 years have graduated by 5 years. So every year you go out, the percentage decreases. But that's only dealing with full-time students, which is the most positive way of addressing a graduation rate.
And I assume also that when we're looking at that slide that was just before this one, that has a lot to do. He's picking up anybody with 6 hours, whereas ours is 30, and that's kind of going to the educational intent aspect as to whether those students intended to go on and get a baccalaureate degree or not.
In our case, it's 12 hours.
But it's 30 at community college before they transfer.
Oh, and the transfer. I thought we were back on the 6 year. I'm sorry.
But you can see even on the transfer, if you look at the slide in your handout, you see that there's a 0.94% correlation between the 4-year and the 6-year transfer. Companies and that.
Oh, it's the next one, okay.
So it's still a pretty substantial correlation between his measure, even though it's quite different than our measure. And in this case, you'll see that the dependent student number is the one that correlates the least. And that's because you really don't have a very big cohort of students who have transferred already to a university from some other institution, and they're still under 21 years of age. So it's a very small group of students that are in that dependent group, and then they end up being more variable. So in summary, even though the measures are different, the results are pretty similar. And in addition to this data that has been run by Dr. Don Godin, who's here and can answer questions if you have some about the details, we're also looking into using some sort of predictive modeling for graduation rates and then comparing it with the actual totals.
But there's actually one additional thing I may not have mentioned to Janet, but I've talked to Susan about, is just in the most recent issue of Change magazine, which focuses on higher education. There's a proposed measure for graduation efficiency, which looks like it may be promising as an additional measure, and it takes into account transfer students, people coming in at different points, but also assumes a 4-year graduation rate. And it's a very interesting measure and may be useful in terms of getting at the differences between institutions and in the case of UTAP, I think certainly all the students that have been talked about not being included, most of those will be included, but it's still, at least in terms of what the article shows at a national level, using less detailed data than we have available, there will still be a difference between types of institutions in that efficiency measure, but they won't be identical to what you see in a graduation rate. So Susan's staff is going to run numbers related to that as well to see if when we actually run it, if it makes sense.
I'm not sure I exactly understand what the correlation rate means. If you incorporate some of the revisions that Edelman recommends, would the cumulative graduation rate go up or down?
These are virtually identical in the case of some, and some it's
well, where the correlation isn't 100%.
No, it's not.
72%.
What does that mean? Does that mean the graduation rate would go up, or does it mean it would go down?
It means it's, Don, why don't you come on? Slightly different. And we have actually on the handouts that I can send to everybody the results of each of the different comparisons but for some institutions it's better, some it's worse.
Okay. Is it still true now that we've completed this new analysis? Is it still true that the single cohort that has the highest graduation rates is first-time, full-time, first-year students?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the point I wanted to underscore, because the complaints that we receive about the graduation rates invariably are I think misrepresent the issue. They say that the graduation rates underestimate what a given institution achieves. Well, that's not exactly accurate. They reflect the best possible version of the graduation rate. The real issue is whether a graduation rate in and of itself presents a comprehensive picture of how an institution is doing in terms of producing graduates. And that the absolute number may go up, but a graduation rate might not increase very much or at all, depending on enrollment patterns.
I mean, UTEP as an example, their graduation rate's gone up very little, but their number of graduates has gone up a tremendous amount in 7 years.
Our data show that if we included, to use President Natalio's metaphor, that if we included all the students on the local trains, remember she makes the metaphor that there's an express train, there's a local train, for those of you that have lived in New York, that if you include all the students who jump in on the local stops, the graduation rate would go down, not up.
Right.
Because the students that have the highest graduation rates at any interval, 4 years, 6 years, or even extended, are first-time, full-time students.
What you're saying is you increase your denominator, but you're not getting results on the
Precisely.
side.
That's right. So what we have is really the most positive measure
for the graduation
rate.
What's the pertinence of the dependent versus independent? Who in the earth decided that 21 years represents independent?
That was an arbitrary number.
It is that long, I can't tell my kids.
If you look at many of the schools, some of this goes against some of what we think, but if you look at the cohort, and including the graduation, the 6-year graduation rate, the full-time equivalent, is that most of those students are sort of a traditional age. I mean, that they're young, they're pretty young students, 18, 19 years old, the vast majority, 90% plus. And so, the older students tend to be students who are coming back later. You do get students who are young as freshmen at universities, but not the extent that you would think. The older students tend to be coming back. Community colleges gets a large number. Half of them are at least not coming directly from high school, and they're going to be older.
Well, the correlation figures obviously are very close until you just isolate the independent, so-called independent. It drops way off.
And this is a difficult process, and I should say, in terms of Don. I mean, it's easy to see the numbers, but when you have to develop rules figuring out when to count a student, when not to count a student, I mean, there's so many ways that one could do it. It was a real challenge. I do know he corresponded with Cliff by email to get advice and to try to make sure we were staying as true as possible to Cliff's notion of how to do this right. All right.
Because the correlation rates are so close, are we saying that basically the issues that have been brought up by not only President Natalicio but Dr. Romo at UTSA, they're not founded?
No, what we're saying is that there's nothing wrong or there's nothing disadvantageous about the way we calculate graduation rates. Okay. They're talking about other issues that the graduation rate doesn't address. What we're saying to people like Presidents Natalicio and Romo is that we have to use other metrics as well as the calculation of graduation rates to provide a full picture of how an institution is doing. The mistake is not the graduation rate. The mistake is relying exclusively on graduation rates to determine how well an institution is doing in terms of graduating students.
Also, Dr. Natalicio will usually preface by saying I think she isn't that pleased with ours either, but she is talking primarily about the way the feds calculate the graduation rates, which isn't as inclusive as what we have, and also the way that it's reported to the Legislative Budget Board with their requirement. And when we testified, Senator Zaffarini's committee, she asked for a recommendation in regard to how that might change, so it at least would be parallel. Ours is much more inclusive, and we're still one of the few states that can really calculate it across institutions, especially including independents.
So what's the difference between the graduation rate we calculate and the one that the Legislative Budget Board looks at?
The Legislative Budget Board only looks at those students who graduate from that same institution.
Oh, right.
So if they move,
especially for the state institutions in the UT system where they have the TAP program, and this affects UT San Antonio.
That's right.
The LBB will not count the students that go back to UT Austin.
I think that's Dr. Romo's main concern. What I've heard him is
so that is the graduation rate that we use includes all those students.
So are we...
in San Antonio, we get credit for that graduation.
Right.
Yes, to go graduates from Austin.
Under our calculations, but not under...
the LBB. And we've talked to the LBB about that, and we're still talking to the LBB.
But Senator Zaffarini would like a recommendation, so
right.
Is that part of our legislative agenda? I guess it would be, or I'm not sure if legislation per se, but in terms of our input to the process.
And it seems a simple thing. Commissioners pointed this out before, and I have as well, is that every student is counted. I mean, if you look, just in the page you had earlier, your two-pager you developed, it says number of graduates. It includes students that may have graduated 20 years earlier. It includes everyone that
enrolled 20 years earlier.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry, that may have enrolled 20 years earlier or 10 years earlier, or they may have started in Ohio or Singapore, for that matter. But when they graduated from UTEP, they're included in that total. So, in fact, every student that they graduate is counted.
It's just a matter of using multiple measures instead of looking at an institution.
I do think that an additional way of looking and including some of that would be to we might want to look at this graduation efficiency measure because it might be a good sort of balance to the other, which is more inclusive, but you don't have to look at 16 different rates. I mean, once you have that many rates, you don't.
So did we engage in this process to just quantify to ourselves that indeed we're pretty good?
Well, we respond to criticisms or concerns by institutions, and we want to make sure that whatever data we provide, either the board, the state, the feds, members of the legislature, that it represents as accurately as possible the performance of a given institution.
In fact, she doesn't remember that she suggested that Marcia from the UT system right back here suggested to me in 1987 that could we in fact get the graduates from another institution in the state. And this was after we shared with the field what we were going to do. We've been doing this longer than anyone, to my knowledge. And that was a great suggestion. And so we were way ahead of the curve because of the input from Marcia when she was at UT Austin.
And I will say on the federal side, we are one of the few states that can go across institutions, and even fewer that have the data from the independent institutions. And so that is one reason that the IPEDS report, the federal reports, only look at that same institution, because very few states can provide the information.
And in fact, this approach led us to was part of the analysis for our higher education planning committee when they developed Closing the Gaps in the Recommended High School program, because we did analysis in which we looked at the high school diploma type and success in college, and there was a marked difference with the recommended high school program. So there are a whole range of things we've used a similar process for in terms of analysis, in terms of looking at disadvantaged students versus students that are not disadvantaged. And while it's not perfect, it gives you way to key into trouble spots and do some additional analysis. So I would wager we've done at least 35 different ways on one occasion or another just to understand things better in terms of subgroups, for example.
Well, what I'm hearing through this report, and I think, Elaine, that's what you're asking, is it's going back to kind of somewhat ratify the way we are using it as providing measurable information that can be reliable, but understanding that in situations like UTEP El Paso, you've got to be more multidimensional and looking at success of an institution.
And I'd like to make a real positive statement that we have to keep making. Since we've been doing this, institutions have made a marked improvement in their graduation rates. And if you look across the state in just really the last 7 or 8 years, about a 10-point improvement, which is very challenging. Remember, at the same time when we were enrolling more students that people said would be less likely to graduate. Yet we've seen an improvement in graduation rates. Institutions have accomplished that in their own ways, and I think they need to be commended for that. I think while it's not a perfect measure, it gave a measurement point to look towards.
I've heard the commissioner testify before that we've moved those 10 points in how many years? 5, 6 years, almost up two a year. And you said if you look at other comparable states, to see graduation rates move at that pace.
It's very incremental, 0.3, 0.4%.
So we're behind, but we've made much greater gains than other states were able to look at. And I think the schools really have stepped up, and I'm assuming will continue to do so.
And that's in the context of college readiness in high schools not increasing very much. So our colleges and universities are getting much better results with students who are not better prepared, and that's a very substantial accomplishment.
Would it be worthy to have a table that compares the LBB graduation rate per institution against what we calculate?
We calculate it for them, but we can do it. It's on our accountability site, so that institutions aren't confused. We actually show the graduation from the same institution and then from other, but we report on total, and we could easily do that.
We've actually done that from the beginning.
We do that, yes, and we do that.
You need to share, I think, with the board, Susan, is what we give the legislature based upon our rider where we submit to them our October, which says that by school how many are still enrolled there, how many are enrolled in another institution, how many have graduated from that institution, how many from another, and how many we can't find anywhere in the state. So this one page gives you a great deal of information.
But it would be interesting to see, though, the LBB calculation of graduation rate versus ours.
We can
Well, there's one all about this chart that would give that to you, and it could, Susan could highlight it.
It's a lot, even if one page, a lot of data to it.
So, yeah, I mean, it's really a lot of useful information on the one page.
I think that's a great suggestion.
We'll put it on September committee book.
Yeah, that'd be great. We can bring that back and show it there. So can we do that?
Okay. Well, we wouldn't have the new one. We'll have from last year because we don't get data. That's not a problem.
I think that also just help us from the standpoint of as we begin to talk about the legislative priorities too.
Okay.
Help us in terms of look at that, the combination of the scorecards and those things.
No problem.
Chairman,
Yes.
as we're working on this, are we looking at all at this, the other, I think David called it a problem point in the metrics for community colleges? I think somebody has talked about a reverse transfer, but they're evidently their success rate is skewed by the fact that they have so many students who transfer without ever getting a degree from the community colleges. I don't know how that might affect their...
We actually, when we look at persistence rates and graduation rates for the community colleges, we include those students who transfer to another institution, whether they've gotten a certificate or received anything at their institution before so they're included.
Good. I think that when if we're looking to try to get more support for community colleges, we need to have that.
We have all of that information. We can actually provide that to you at the same time in September.
But we only, on the transfer rate, graduation rate, you only start with students who completed 30 hours.
But for each individual community college, we do what we call a graduation of persistence, and we show for that institution those students who received an associate degree, transferred to a university, or received a bachelor's.
That's yet another one. We have a 3-year graduation. We actually have a baccalaureate graduation rate for community colleges as well. We could wear you out with our...
Yeah, we've got a lot of this work.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand you. You include students who do not receive any certificate but transfer.
Yes.
Okay.
Matter of fact, we incorporated that in the Senate funding recommendation too.
We did.
We measured
Good.
students. Okay. That's a good segue in our next agenda. Any other questions for Jan? Thanks so much. Our agenda item, next agenda item is the update on the Governor's Task Force on Senate funding. And since I missed it, since I was at my son's wedding, I don't think I can give you a real accurate update, but I'm sure that Susan and Susan, the commissioner, can. I will say this, is I think you've given us one sheet, because we were charged with the short-term recommendation. Of course, I think what's being discussed now is more of the longer term, but I'll leave it up to
And you'll see at your spot there is a one sheet that shows the current, and I will say current, task force recommendation for FY09 and the coordinating board amount that was recommended and the difference in that. The current amount is and I think, we, $20 million will go to the top 10% scholarship amount, $40 million for a 3-year average in degrees with additional weights to critical and at-risk students, and $40 million for the increase. The big difference between the task force recommendation for FY09 and the coordinating board recommendation, well, there's a couple. They had weights for the averages. And they weighted all degrees. The coordinating board, the way y'all looked at it in conjunction with the formula funding, performance funding, where everybody got a weight of 1. So the 3-year average that the coordinating board recommendation had in it is only for critical and at-risk students, 3-year average. And the increase is only critical and at-risk. And the task force is looking at all of them. And the reasoning behind that is the coordinating board formula recommendations will not go into place until 2010 and 11. So they would not get funded for those, the success of those graduates until 2010, even if our recommendation is adopted. And so they included those students in the recommendation for FY09. Those are the big changes. They use the same way.
We use a tiered approach versus.
Yes, we use a tiered approach for the increase in the weighted degrees, so that those who have increased percentage-wise the most actually get a higher per graduate amount than those that barely increase. So, and for the task force, their recommendation at this point is to increase, and everybody gets the same amount per weighted increase.
And I think the short is that basically, I think our proposal and the proposal of the task force have many more similarities than they are differences. The comment they made about the issue of 2010 and us just looking at risk and critical, and that it wouldn't tie back into formula funding till coming up the next biennium was a good approach. But really, I don't think there was, I don't want to speak for the commissioner, but I think as it relates to this recommendation, I don't think there's that much of a difference.
I don't think so.
Now, I don't know where, if we want to charge the longer term, you might give us an update of, were you at the last meeting?
Yes.
Give us just a real brief update of where they are on the long term side.
I don't know.
I don't think anybody knows.
We're still circling the airport, but we haven't landed. No, we just talked about various approaches, but there was no consensus about how to proceed. There were discussions about how much money we would recommend for community college incentive funding, but once again, no agreement. There's no clarity yet. I'm sorry to say.
And I think there's 2 meetings left scheduled. So, anybody have any other questions that doesn't sound like we could really effectively answer in one?
So what is the process? Do we ultimately approve?
No, our recommendation per the rider is we submitted that to the LBB in the governor's office, our recommendation.
And
it's not there, it's in the governor's office now. And that's what we were called. We fulfilled our statutory responsibility. A little late, but we did fulfill it.
And the task force concludes their work
right at the beginning of July.
Right, the last meeting is scheduled for July 2nd, and they have to have a report to the governor's office by July 15th.
So you think the main difference was, again, the 2010 versus today?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the major difference. And the other difference is the only other difference is that in terms of how much we compensated for each degree, awarded was we split it up and said top 25% gets more money than the second 25 than the bottom 50. And there was concern by the committee just in terms of the ability for some of those bottom 50 to get up into the top 25. And so that's the other difference. It changes the dollar amounts per degree awarded. That was the only other difference.
Is there anything that we should learn from that process to incorporate in?
I'll let the commissioner take care of that one.
We'll speak about that off the record.
Yikes. Move to adjourn, I think.
Okay, let's move. The next agenda item is agenda item 2J, and this is the annual report that on closing the gaps that will measure the first 7 years, and I will say, I know we have a presentation on this. Most of this information we have seen because at every board meeting we've been reporting on one of these goals. So none of this should be real new information to any people on the committee. Secondly, if you've been following the commissioner's testimonies, he's been addressing these in the majority of his testimonies. Janet, I want you to go through your presentation. The question I would just ask to think about as she goes through that is that the question I've asked is really, and Commissioner, I brought this up, is whether this should be and we have our meeting tomorrow to talk about agenda, whether this should be a major discussion item. I would recommend that it be a major discussion item once a year on our board agenda. I just think to get all of our board members up to speed, and secondly, for those that were falling below target, to not just be a status report, but it also be, these are the things that are being worked on that we think are addressing those issues. So whether we approve this or not today, I'm a little bit confused. I don't quite know what we're approving. It's a status report, but I'm not trying to destroy your report, Jen. And those are the questions that I had yesterday as I was talking to Susan. I was just a little bit confused as to exactly what we're supposed to do with this committee. But why don't you go through your presentation?
I'll try to rush through this, I suppose, since we may talk about it in more detail in July. We'll start with participation. The Closing the Gaps goal is to add 630,000 more students. And so when we talk about participation, it's always going to be over the amount of students who were in the system in the year 2000. And so you can see that the axis there starts with 0. So these are all the students that would get added. For the first time, we've actually fallen below the trend line that you see there. So the green 235,000 is the number of new students that we have over 2000 in fall 2007. And if we want to stay with the trend line, we need it to be at 251,000.
That's the first time we ever fallen.
Yes, first time below the trend line for that one. This, the colors kind of got washed out, but it's to show you that there was a lot of difference from year to year in the change, and also a lot of variation in the enrollment increase or change by ethnicity. So you can see that actually for Hispanic students, which are looks like on this side, the lighter of the green lines, on that side, the blue line, we've actually done fairly well in terms of a more steady increase in those students. But for white students, we've actually had 3 consecutive years in which the number of white students enrolled was less than the prior year. This slide compares where we are now with the 2010 target that we have, which is on our way to the 2015 goal. And so it shows you how much further we need to go to meet the 2010 target. That's the red area. And then the light blue in the single solid line is the institutional targets. We talked about the Closing the Gaps targets that the institutions submit to us in November of each year. That's the total of what they have submitted to us. So you can see that for both whites and African Americans, looks like we'll meet our 2010 target if the institutions meet their individual targets, but for Hispanic students, we're considerably behind.
This is something, and I don't want to slow us down, but we really have to talk about these institutional targets at some point because they're voluntary. I don't know what they mean, frankly. If they're serious about these targets, I'm deeply concerned because we've got some schools that are going to see severe enrollment declines if these are what they really think their targets are, because there just won't be the population to keep their enrollments up. In a positive sense, it's not really positive. Maybe they just, in terms of submitting them to us, don't take them seriously, but they're taking it more seriously in their efforts. But I think we've got to figure out a better way to get a hold of these institutional targets. And what do they really mean?
Well, we'll get to that in just a second. We've got a slide on that.
This is to show you that not only are we behind now on the Hispanic goal, but the target, but you can see that from 2010 to 2015, the line of the target actually increases. Yeah, steep increase. So it's going to only get worse if we continue on our current path. Okay, next slide.
At the same time, I'm sorry, where we have the institutional targets slide prior to this one, if you take all those and add those up, should they not correlate to?
Not exactly, because this slide only reflects what public institutions report to us, And in the other one, we include independent and career schools, and so, but they don't set targets. So the only way we could compare the targets was to take those other schools out of these figures.
Janet, are the enrollment increase trend lines, are those comparable between the graph on all enrollments?
The actual, yes.
Actual versus targets?
Yeah, those have all the institution in there.
Bottom line is that we've fallen below our target number by 15,534. When you isolate the Hispanics, that's behind 48,310. So
yes. Because
that's where the issue is right there.
Yeah. Some groups attend at higher rates than others, and that's what masks that difference. That's the reason to break it out by ethnicity.
And I always feel the need to point out that, remember, this isn't just enrolling new students, it's helping keep students in until they're successful. Because this in your one-year persistence rate among Hispanics at universities, there's a 6% lower rate for Hispanics in the Anglo population, 10% for Asian Americans. I mean, and that increases as you go further on. So it's not just getting more students to enroll for the first time, but to help them be successful once they've enrolled. So there's two ways to
keep them, yeah.
This slide kind of relates to what David was talking about with the institutional goals. We're working on the statewide planning process where we're trying to figure out where the attendance would be if we meet the Closing the Gaps goals in 2015. And so that's what this slide does, is compare the actual growth for each of the regions. And in essence, really what you need to do is put the red line on top of the green line that goes with it, because that's the difference. But it would make the slide really tall and skinny. But
so what this is saying is halfway through this, if you look at the Metroplex, they're going to have to do double what they did in the last 7 years.
Exactly. And it also shows that for the high population areas, their projections are vastly different for the population projections for the areas of the state that are rural and less populated.
It's worth noting, because I don't think we've talked about since the plan was adopted, is that the 2005 targets were deliberately not quite as aggressive as 2010 and 2015, simply because for some of these you had to have a little time to ratchet up, and so we're seeing the effects of that right now.
And the other thing that happened was that in 2005, we redid the targets based on the revised population estimates that we got from the Texas State Data Center. Now, we're going to be hopefully getting some revised information from them later on this year that we'll use for our participation forecast, and that may have an effect on these numbers too.
Well, I just wanted to underscore what we've just been talking about. We are making very substantial progress in terms of increasing enrollments and completions, but we're not keeping up with demographic change. If we had, remember, we went from 500,000 to 630,000 because the population of Texas is growing much more quickly than anybody had anticipated. If we still had a goal of 500,000, we'd be doing quite well.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, the increase in enrollment is the increase we expected to have if we did nothing by 2015.
I forget exactly.
Reach that level.
I forget what the numbers are. You've had a very negative picture of where we are in terms of our goals with Hispanics, but we've increased Hispanic completions by 67% in the past 7 years, and enrollment is up over, what, 50%, David?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's the context.
Yeah, this is all in context of the population.
The numbers were small to begin with, so
Yeah,
you have, you know.
Well, this is a balancing act, because we found that if you went to the legislature, there's a feeling that we had accomplished absolutely nothing, which just wasn't true.
No, that's not
so you've got to have a balance between, we've made really some significant progress, but we have a lot more to do. But rather than just saying we're focusing on only what we've got to do, you've got to have some motivation to continue. So the efforts have been successful, but there are things that we're now going to have to ratchet up in different kinds of ways.
And if you look at that one slide, the Hispanic has had every year the largest increase.
Yeah, the one that showed the year-to-year change.
They are the Hispanics have had by far the largest increase every year. It's just that the Hispanic population is growing so rapidly that that it's very hard to keep up.
Right. How do we communicate to the regents, the presidents, the chancellors, the local leadership that this is what has to happen, that the double the increase from the first part of our program has to happen in these next years?
And that's what Janet's group has been working on, this regional, where we expect them to be. We've pushed that down, and we're working with Gita Laredo's group, with Dr. Ruiz, to, as he goes out to the P16 counselors around, to share that information on the regional. And we've pushed it down to the institutions, and we will be sharing that with them. Now, some of it we're going to have to make adjustments because we have to go back. UT doesn't want to get any bigger. A&M doesn't want to get any bigger. How do you distribute those students when you do it on a proportional basis? How do you distribute those students?
A&M is growing 500 students a year.
For 3 years is what we've been told.
So 47,500, but may go beyond that.
Okay.
I think that we need to make sure
we're talking redistribution.
What are you saying?
I just think we need to make sure this information gets to the highest levels, because I just keep thinking about the new regent at U of H I saw, and he said, well, I've been reading this Closing the Gap stuff, and what's our part in it? What are we supposed to do? And those people really need to know.
Well, I think it goes back to the institutional targets that David's talking about, and how do we make those more real and just not arbitrary and voluntary.
And that's one of those things that by pushing this down to the institution level and sharing it with them, we can get them to have a more realistic, because we also have a difference between what we think we should be expecting from them, or what their proportion would be of that growth versus what their targets are.
Because it seems to me, driven from this chart here that we have on enrollment by region needed to meet, it seems like something can be yielded from this in terms of how much we need, at least in a region. Of course, it's a supposition that the students will go in that region, but nevertheless, it gives you some idea.
This takes into account not only where the students come from, but their current patterns of going across regions and that sort of thing. It's taken into account for this in this way.
Because I think, Fred, this is the baseline for our state chart in our...
Yes.
Yeah, so...
That's,
we've been working on it.
That's compared to that map in the bar chart.
Right. And how does this feed into the institutional targets and so on? And can this be taken by demographics? Can we have, out of that big red bar in the Metroplex, African American, Hispanic, Asian?
We have it that way.
Yes, it's hidden right now. The slide is hidden, but we have it. We have a slide on that.
The quick question is, when the Commissioner, July 2nd, 3rd, it's the Closing the Gaps conference. Who are the attendees on that?
Well, Mary could tell you more about that. We have essentially basic leadership attending, so we do have some regents and some presidents.
That's okay. I was thinking.
It's a relatively small group. It's 50, 60 people.
And we very intentionally included a larger number of K-12 leaders, because our participation goal is essentially a consequence of what the K-12 sector does.
Yeah. My daughter's class of 2015, she's entering 6th grade.
Well, we're sure going to count her, right?
Yes.
The other question is...
she's a feisty one, I'm sure.
Is it appropriate to revisit the red bars, the goals by region? Are those goals still pertinent, or,
The ones by region are not essentially goals. There are attempts to take the statewide goal and put it out into the regions depending upon where the population is going to be. based on the 2015 population estimates.
So we've established that red bar.
Right.
Yeah, that's something that we have done.
That is not the
No, that's
This is really
what.
just an analysis.
This is not a goal. Yeah,
So
this is
it's
looking at
taking
the
and prorating the
population.
growth in student enrollment, prorated according to the projected 2015.
But it would need to be if we're going to meet our goal. So this is not what the institutions say. If we put that up there, it wouldn't be nearly as
How
tall.
does this relate to the institutional targets?
We can send you.
This is the kind of the data that should be informing the institution's goals and the whole region's goals and targets.
Well, we've talked, Risa Potter here about potentially meeting with a group of enrollment managers, the council, I never supposed has a group of enrollment managers and admissions officers that have been meeting regularly. We've talked about perhaps, Susan's staff has met with them before, but perhaps meeting with them to share some of this information and talk to them about this. And we just mentioned it maybe 2 weeks ago. We haven't gotten any further, but that's a group that already meets. It would be useful to sit down and begin to really share data in more detail. Where are students, where are they not? And frankly, you can get into much more detail than this in terms of...
The data level is one thing, though, but the policy level is another level. We got to think about both of those things.
Yeah, and these are people who actually are involved in the enrollment management institutions and their recruitment policies. And
yes, but we need to think about people who are setting the budget, the legislators, the regents, the very highest level of people need to know exactly what these things are, I think. And we need to make sure that happens. I think that would really be high on our priority list.
Well, we can do that more. Actually, we didn't have this analysis at the time, but I've shared something that relates to the goals and concerns when we've met with new regents at our regents meeting, and we haven't had a chance to meet with them.
Yeah, this has been a work in progress.
The easiest way to do it is we are going around the state to talk about formula funding. We should talk about this too. We're going to meet with regents.
Yes, that'd be great.
When we started
they want to know. They need
They do, and we will make sure it's part of our presentation.
Well, at the same time, college readiness standards,
Absolutely.
to the pre-K to 12 system, we ought to talk about this as well.
We're making a presentation, for example, to the Texas Association of Secondary School Principals tomorrow.
Right.
And that's a good suggestion. When we first had Closing the Gaps, a board staff member and one of our board members went to at least, I think, all the university regents meetings once and really went in detail over these. I think all of them, and we couldn't get to all the community college trustees, but we got to a number of them, whoever would invite us in.
Yeah.
And it was helpful, and I thought those regents understood it better.
It's a good point at this, turning point now to maybe do that again. Because I know when y'all first developed this data, I was just shocked. I mean, I had sort of in my mind imagined the state just divided up equally, little chunks, everybody can do that. But when you see this, it's a whole different story.
Okay. I think we can go on beyond that when we've kind of talked about where we were on participation. For success, rather than being just the increase in the number of awards between 2000 and 2015, it's actually the total number of awards. So we'll have to kind of shift gears here, but we want to award in 2015 210,000 more undergraduate degree certificates and other successes. And this to show you where we are now. We've actually made considerable progress, but just like on the other slides, you can see the flattening of the line. So we're still above the trend line, but only barely. And then this is the comparable slide that shows just for the public institutions how many new degrees or how many total undergraduate degrees they've awarded and what the goal is for 2010, and then what they say they will actually award. You can see in both for bachelor's and associate degrees, they say they'll award more than the 2010 target. But that's for all degrees. Now, when we look at the degrees in specific areas, we're not meeting our targets. This is a slide that gives the STEM
STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, and math, and also the nursing and allied health. You can see on nursing and allied health we're doing much better, and they anticipate being pretty close to the target for 2010. But for the STEM fields, that's not the case. And the next slide will show you the breakout of those individual fields that are in that STEM category. For engineering, we've had increases, although we've been basically static for the last 5 years. We've had some increases also in math, but for computer science particularly, the number of undergraduate awards was actually less than in the year 2000.
And something to mention here is that is actually a national trend in computer science.
Yeah, and I think engineering is also naturally trending to fall down.
Is it?
So we're above.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good, but I think we'll probably be.
And that's why we show this as a breakdown, because it is very different among fields, is to have that.
Well, the one thing that's surprising is that we have actually seen an increase in math graduates, and I think we probably you can't prove this short of surveying folks, but I suspect we picked up some of the people that might have majored in computer science earlier. It's a small increase, but with a large decrease in computer science.
Next slide. And here's the slide that's on teacher certification, initial teacher certification. You can see we have quite a ways to go to reach the 2010 target. And when you talk about math and science teachers, we're a little over halfway there. And we've only got 3 more years.
We probably need to, for staff analysis, break that out, because if you look at the numbers in the previous slide in terms of math graduates, the number of math teachers embedded in that number is probably very small. And we really I personally think we need to think about some concerted efforts to increase the number of math teachers, because that's one thing we really need in the schools, and without some focused efforts.
Going with the 4x4 plan.
Yeah, we may fall short, and it doesn't do any good to increase the rigor of the curriculum if you don't have the teachers available to address it.
I think this relates to the something we've been talking about in participation and success, which is having our own little legislative agenda coming out of participation and success. If we're going to have the legislature pass legislation for the 4x4, then we've got to have the funding to hire the teachers. We need to see the process all the way through. Any piece of legislation that doesn't have the proper support, it's just not going to happen. We have to have some incentives to get those math teachers there, or further train the ones we've got.
We have some cultural issues with education majors desiring to be math teachers that go beyond just financial. I don't know of any studies, maybe there are some, but anecdotally it's pretty rare to talk to a young person who says, I want to be a math teacher.
That's unusual to talk to a young person who says they want to study math. My daughter made a 800 on the SAT math achievement. She's not interested in majoring in math. She had a perfect score, so I'm not sure what that means. So even some of the best students don't have that interest.
And that's why I'm wondering if it's a cultural issue, not just a...
It may be. We're going to have to find a way to address it, whether it's more teachers or providing instruction in a different kind of way.
These include certifications.
Yeah, that's depressing.
Sorry.
We need a top-rated television series about math wizards.
Yeah, that would.
Not numbers.
We had a welcome back, Carter. I love numbers. I love numbers. That's such a good show.
Okay, next slide. This is one area where we're actually doing very well with doctoral awards. You can see I actually had to break out the first and second columns because we've already exceeded our 2010 target, and they expect to increase even more. Next slide.
There's something embedded in this, though. This is the one area where institutions' expectations are beyond what we need. And I think it shows that this level of education is very important, but it's still the case that 90% of our students are undergraduates, and 43% are freshmen. And it's largely because, community colleges have only 2 years, and that's our largest enrollments, but 43% of our students are freshmen.
I predict those numbers are going to fall at the doctoral level.
Okay, we can go on. I think we've talked about all that. For excellence, we'll actually go through this very quickly because we've talked at one of the recent meetings about our work in the future with the accountability peer groups to try to come up with some better excellence measures. We don't think that we have good ones now, and so we're going to be working on those. So you can go through the next couple of slides pretty quickly. Yeah, go on. And there's David's 43% of students, and you can see of all the students who are in public higher ed, 89% of them are undergraduates. Okay, and that's our intent to come up with better goals and targets that are more quantifiable and intelligible. Okay. Research, the goal is to increase by 6.5% the obligations for federal science and engineering R&D that come to Texas. And this slide shows you where we are. This is 2005 is the most recent data we have. Our percentage has varied a bit. We were actually 6.1% of the R&D, but that was in 2003, so a couple of years ago. But we've dropped back since then, and most of the other states have dropped back too. Okay. This compares the amount of federal R&D money with the number of institutions that are in the top 10 research institutions. 50. Next slide. And that's the amount of money that was going into research had been increasing quite substantially, particularly federal research funds, which are the source of a good portion of the research money that goes to institutions, and all the major players in that are awarding fewer dollars. So that's the end of this presentation, but as you can see, we have a long way to go in a lot of different areas. We have made progress, and the recommended high school program will probably help at least with particularly the success. We don't know how it's going to affect participation, but it will, starting this fall, be a requirement for students who come into public universities. We're working closely with the P16 councils, and we're going to be sharing the information on the number of students that we think probably need to attend in their area if we're going to meet the 2015 goal. So,
Janet, what is the mid-course reexamination?
That is a revision of the document that we have on closing the gaps, and it's being done by Charlotte Sullivan, who's in our
helping us work on it.
Yeah, we have a contract with her to help rewrite it.
Right. We'll be getting in new population data from the Texas State Data Center, so we need to look at that, see if that makes any changes to the population, to the projections of what we're going to need, because our 630,000 more students is based on 5.7% of the population. So as we get new population projections, we're also looking at the excellence to try and get maybe better or more definable goals and targets for the excellence area. And so that's all.
That may or may not be incorporated into this.
Right.
One of the fundamental purpose was fairly simple in some ways, and that number one, the board had changed some of the goals and targets, and our documents don't reflect that. Number two, a number of things have been accomplished, and so some of the text that was in the existing plan doesn't reflect some of that discussion in terms of what's happened since then. Some of the strategies have actually taken place. The Recommend High School program for high school, since the Recommend High School program for admission, the schools keeping their overhead income, and part of the idea was for it to be ready before the legislative session, and so I'm not sure that in terms of some of the other part that will be ready in time for this particular document.
From a time standpoint, we're just a couple weeks shy of the midpoint.
That's right. So it's really, revision of the plan in terms of making sure the goals and targets are accurate, but updating at the same time where we stand halfway through.
If the population projections have changed, are we going to be asked to consider lowering the goals? If the projection, or raising it, depending on what the new projections are?
We will be bringing that in if it's a large difference, like from 500 to the 630. We would be bringing that to you in October. But until we get the population projections, we don't really
That's what I was trying to, so we will see a report on this in our October board meeting. The other thing that I would like to see the mid-course reexamination entail is, well, two things. The disconnect on the three areas that we saw, the disconnect between institutional targets and our targets to close the gaps, where they're way under on Hispanic, they're way under on STEM, and they're way over on doctoral degrees. There may be other measures, but those three need to be, we need to have a strategy to align those.
Right.
And then secondly, we need really a 2 to 3 year strategy on how to change that trend line. Because if we don't change that trend line, we might as well forget the goals.
Yeah. And that's how we need to do a better job in connecting things, because really all our efforts in terms of college readiness are directly, they're
linked to
they're part of that goal. There's some areas that we have much in place that we could organize better and make a more direct connection in terms of participation and success. We have less in terms of excellence. We do have a number of things in terms of research that aren't mentioned as often. The overhead income, the ability to keep that's made a big difference. The competitive knowledge fund is an important addition in terms of our both actually excellence and research. So those are things that need to be added and seen as part of the package, and where we're falling short there.
But what most people relate to are the participation in the graduate goal and the number of graduates, number of degrees, which is the success rate. And that's where we need relatively short-term strategies to change the angle of that trend line. And part of that analysis may be of the things we can check off. What impact should we expect them to have in the next 2 years?
It's interesting because there's some things that we never could have anticipated that schools would do that are important. I think we mentioned a couple times what UT Pan American discovered in terms of admissions, that they were blocking people from admissions for as little as a $10 library fine. And they changed their policies and got something like 800 or 900 students back in school that would have been kept out. So I think institutions we never would have thought of that at our level. And
so that strategy is how do we spread those kind of...
That's exactly right.
If you look at the graph on South Texas, it's made a hell of a lot more progress regionally toward its share of the goal than Central Texas or the Metroplex and some other regions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and those are things we have to talk about too, because there's some reasons for that, and that Central Texas has two, as UT and A&M included, and so there's a limit, even with the increases A&M is anticipating.
The capacity limit, but yet the growth in students is continuing on. So.
That's right, and it's at certain institutions.
I think it's important, this is kind of thoughtful, Fred, this conversation we just had. I think this is a board-wide issue. This is not just a strategic plan, and even though it goes to our committee, but a couple of things. One, I think we need to elevate to a major discussion item for the board agenda. Number two is I'd like to, and I'm throwing this out to the committee, these are personal things I'd like to say. I'd like to see where we have been, has the committee seen the thick report? Did they get a copy of this?
Not yet.
Okay. That's the report that goes into all the detail that was sent to me a couple of days ago. But, and how we present this to the board, because if I remember a couple of years ago when we presented this to the board, it was kind of like, here's where we are, what's the next step, and that's the piece we didn't really fill in, and I think it's Ruben Lane came on board, if I remember right, and what I think we need to do is to really identify where are we below the trend line, and to address a lot of those issues we're addressing, whether it's in college readiness issues, whether it's all the issues, the HB1 initiatives that we're trying to drive out, which will hopefully push the participation. But I think a lot of board members come in, there's not a connection there. And so I think we need one time a year to give that connection as to where are we below the trend line and what are those initiatives we already have in place, and then what are we challenged to identify other things we can do. And that's what I hope the discussion around the board would center around is those issues, as opposed to just here's the report and then we approve the report. I think that what's frustrating is we approve the report for the areas that we weren't performing. What do we do with it? And we do have to, what are we doing is there's a lot of things that are being
the board has done that. We need to do it again.
Exactly. I think
not just a paperwork exercise.
It's an important turning point to be here at the midpoint, of course, right before a session. You know, this is a great opportunity for us. I think we had a turning point from the long period of conceptualizing this and gathering the data for this wonderful Closing the Gaps program, and then in the last session, moving from data to data-driven policy and decision-making, and we need to take that even much further. I think that's the next step. The next step is what's the policy that can be put in place to make it work in the last half. And responsibility, you know, I think it's interesting that I don't know that the responsibility, that any one person at each institution has responsibility for seeing that they do their share.
Well, there's some differences. The Texas state system uses, it's not Closing Gaps per se, but they use our accountability system for the evaluation of their presidents.
Yes.
So you might want to hear from them sometime about how they approach that.
Sometimes sooner than later. I mean, things like that are policies that can push things along.
Oh, really?
Fred, I think it's an important moment, and it is a platform.
David, what you might do is think about this mid-course evaluation, and we might have a discussion or recommendation when we discuss this as a major discussion item at the board in July. It's just how we might use that mid-course evaluation to address that kind of almost a plan of action.
Yeah, I was going to say an action plan. For those few priorities that stand out to me. And also to celebrate the successes we have had.
Yes.
I think that platform, you have a platform to do both in the fall before the legislative session starts.
Because I will say, if you haven't seen the commissioners, some of this testimony, there are some, and I can't remember which one, they all run together. But, I really do try to read them. I haven't seen the all of them, and I feel like I've read it before at times. But I do think there has been really great progress made. There's been great progress made in graduation rates. You know, one of the reasons we changed formula funding was, you know, when I say we're on track, we're about at the participation level, even though it's flattened out, and we realize we got to be, you know, even more innovative. But we also think that through formula funding recommendations, we're going to turn more focus on success if that gets approved. I mean, that's a perfect item from a policy standpoint. How are we trying to shift, not shift the emphasis, but shift that focus on success? So I think it's that type of discussion for the board as opposed to just a report that we approve. And Commissioner, maybe to take some of those things that you've done in the testimony to lay those before the board is to, not to so much brag on it, you know, it's to brag on the institutions. It's the job that they've done the last 7 years, and they've responded. So I do think we need to show that also in some format. But not fortunately.
Well, we should already have action plans. I'm assuming that's just a matter of putting them together in a briefing format.
Well, and I should say that this would be the second time the board's done something like this. It was done before any of you guys were on, but the board has gone down. In fact, I don't remember if it was what the name of this committee was then, but it's went through some of these things in great detail and made some changes. Yeah. And you have to do that, and that's the strength of the plan the board's adopted, is that you regularly do that. And I've talked to people in other states that are sort of amazed that you guys really revisit the plan. It's not just a static plan. And the July reports were intended to do more of that than we've probably done the last couple of years. And so this is a good suggestion.
Yeah, and I suggest if this could be handed out to the board, I think it's a good report. But I do need, we need to lay over on top of that the things, the progress. Because when you read this report, it's hard to kind of dig that. It's a lot of data, is what I'm saying, to dig all that out of it. So.
Just to follow up on what Elaine said and harp one more time on this policy idea. It's not so easy to have action plans because you like to pick up by policy. And for example, the allotment. I think a lot of good things happen with that high school allotment, but a lot more great things could happen if, for example, the high schools were required by the legislature to use them to hire a certain number of math teachers. We really have to dig in and try to get help in this session with very specific goals on these disconnects that you're talking about. And then, unless we have that, I don't know how effective our action plans can be.
The mid-course evaluation could say, here's what's happening with the trend line. Here's the disconnect with institutional goals. Policy is a recommendation of 100% formula funding on completion hours, and then the strategies and tactics that follow, need to be in that action plan. For instance, disseminating best practices learned at UT Brownsville. The tactic is not letting library fines and parking tickets get in the way of graduation or what have you.
And senior year rigor is a good example. Well, we could have had senior year rigor for the last 20 years, but we haven't because we don't have free will senior year rigor. It just has to be a policy of the state.
Well, we're clearly moving in that direction.
Yeah, we are, but that's just an example of how we have led the way toward getting policy that makes that happen.
That's a good example of that's the challenge in analyzing what has been done and put in place but has not yet had an impact. Just to say, over the next 2, 3, 4 years, what results can we expect this to achieve and factor that into the projections?
Exactly.
We will do that. It's a good idea.
Other comments or questions? Good discussion. Janet, thank you.
You're just going to stay here, right?
We're still doing 2K. She's on there.
Yeah, we got the agenda item 2K is this is a presentation on success reports. Again, I'm Janet, or you?
Yeah, I'll take care of the intros if you want me to.
Okay, that'd be great.
Okay. So this is a perfect thing to talk about at this point in time. Back to the other slide, if you could. Back one. You all know that the accountability system is about measuring what the institutions are doing, and that's a very important part of our responsibility, but we also want to use the accountability process as a way of improving what the institutions are doing. And so in this last cycle, or 07, 08, when the accountability peer groups met, we gave them an assignment of picking out several of the success measures and that they thought were most pertinent for their groups, and then using those measures to prepare a report to examine the data and then share their best practices and lessons learned. So we have on the slide shows you just of the best practices that were submitted in the institution's reports. This is kind of the categories that they fall into, things that relate to really the high school experience in P16, advising of students, curriculum enhancements, things that you heard about yesterday, or you may have heard about if you were here with the course redesigns. First year transition, how important it is to keep students interested and in touch with the institution in that very first year, and then career transitions. This is just to show you that those reports, in case you want to read them all, are on our website. They're posted on this page that's one of the links under the accountability system. It's the peer group reports, and there's a best practices summary from those reports, and then the individual reports are there. Next slide is just the URL. And then the next one is the introduction of our two speakers who are here today to talk to you about the activities of their individual peer groups. We have, you want to come on up? Dr. Neil Armstrong from UT Austin. He was in the Research and Emerging Research peer group.
and Dr. Renal Mudd from Texas Southmost. At least he was at Texas Southmost when he was a member of the large community college peer group. He's since moved at the beginning of the month to U of H Clear Lake. But we welcome both of them and thank them for coming to share with you.
Thank you, Janet. Good afternoon. My name is Neil Armstrong. I'm Vice Provost for Faculty Affairs at the University of Texas at Austin and Chair of the Research and Emerging Research Peer Group. I'm pleased to give you a brief report on the results of this group's work in investigating the success area of the board's accountability system. As a quick reminder, Texas research universities currently are University of Texas at Austin and Texas A&M University. The emerging research universities include Texas Tech University, UT Arlington, UT Dallas, UT El Paso, UT San Antonio, University of Houston, and the University of North Texas. Key questions addressed by the peer group were how much success is taking place, what kinds of support programs are in place to drive that success, and what can institutions learn from one another that would help all institutions improve in this area. The group focused on several success measures which were selected using the cross-impact analysis technique, a methodology brought to the group by Provost William Marcy at Texas Tech University. Cross-impact analysis is an enhancement of the Delphi methodology for policy analysis. The method enables one to examine a policy objective and the variables that may affect it, and to make some judgment about some future change of that objective given the change in the variables. In our case, the policy objective was enhancing undergraduate success, and the group used the cross-impact analysis to select their targeted success measures and topics for best practices. The group first identified the variables that it believed would affect undergraduate success, and some 28 variables resulted from that initial step. These success measures were arranged in a 28 by 28 matrix, including 4 outcome measures, 13 state variables that indicate the well-being of the institution, and 11 input variables most likely to be influential on improving the student's success outcome. Through discussions and consensus, the group distilled by means of examining the effects of the variables on each other, assigning weights to those effects, and summing weights in the cross-impact matrix, a submatrix that demonstrated the 2 most significant outcome measures, and 1 most indicative state variable, and 5 most influential input variables. The most indicative state variable was first-year persistence rate. And this variable has an influence on the 2 outcome measures and is significant as a success predictor. The 2 most significant outcome measures were 6-year graduation rate and 6-year graduation and persistence rate. An evaluation of the input variables that improve success ranked early identification of at-risk or underrepresented or underperforming students at the top of the list. A second group of activities that would improve the outcomes included improving the quality of education, enhancing academic support programs such as supplemental instruction and tutoring, enhancing learning communities such as strong social academic support networks among students, and supporting high-quality advising opportunities. Let me give you an example of the results obtained by this process. Based on the board's fiscal year 2006 accountability system data, 6-year graduation rates at the same institution are virtually the same at the 2 research institutions at 76.5%, while the rates for the 7 emerging research institutions average 42.5%, with a range of about 28 to 56%. Between fiscal years 1999 and 2006, increases in these rates averaged 7.9% at the research institutions, or 1.3% per year, and 7.2% at the emerging research institutions, or 1.2% per year. First-year persistence rates at the same institution for fiscal year 2006 at the research institutions averaged 91.4%, while at the emerging research institutions they were 72.7%, with per-year increases of 0.3% and 0.2% respectively. The area of greatest potential for improvement is first-year persistence, and all of the peer group institutions recognize this as a crucial area. Not only is it the gateway for first-year students to the balance of their education at these institutions, but it is also a key driver for increased graduation rates and hence graduates in the workforce of the state. It is no coincidence, then, that the Research and Emerging Research Institutions ranked it as the most important state variable in the cross-impact matrix and focused their attention primarily on ways to improve first-year retention and to a lesser extent on ways to increase, ultimately, six-year graduation and persistence. I believe the representatives from the peer group institutions found this work very useful for several reasons. First, it was a very interesting and useful process to use the cross-impact analysis technique to confirm first-year persistence rate as the most important state variable. The peer group institutions have been creating and implementing programs to enhance student success for many years, and early identification of at-risk students has become the focus of many of these programs. It was also interesting that these programs fell into four categories: college readiness, or identification of at-risk students while they are still in high school; admissions, or identification of these students during the admissions process; intervention, identification of these students during their first semester in the institution; and risk analysis, identification of these students through a comprehensive analysis. Second, the compilation of programs being used by the peer group institutions and are documented in the appendices of our report enable the sharing of best practices among the institution. There are some very innovative programs being used at some of the institutions that I believe are transferable to each other regardless of scale. Third, while each of the peer group institutions is cognizant of their own success data in the board accountability system, it was instructive for us to become more aware of the variability of those data among our institutions and the factors that might cause that variability, such as institutional mission, funding and funding sources, and so forth. It was also encouraging to note that the three measures of student success tracked over time showed consistent improvement in graduation rates and persistence rates, as has been mentioned earlier, suggesting that these student support programs are indeed having an impact. In summary, we believe the questions we set out to address were answered, at least to some extent, and that this effort was a worthy one. I believe all of the peer group institutions look forward to further interactions of this type. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. Mr. Chairman, member of the board, and Commissioner Paredes, thank you for the opportunity to present the peer group report on behalf of large community colleges of Texas. This group includes 8 community colleges: Amarillo College, Lynn College, Central Texas College, Del Mar College, Laredo Community College, South Bend College, Texas Southmost College, and Tyler Junior College. Although we are a peer, there is little common among us. We are diverse, and we have varying differences between one another concerning mission, intent, philosophy. In terms of our size, though, we have some similarity, and our enrollments range from 7,500 to 14,000 students. So that's the only thing that's common between us. That makes the task of having a common accountability report very daunting and challenging. And today, my goal here is to talk more about the process rather than the result of individual colleges and campuses. Given the diverse sources of revenue that we have, small and large community colleges are accountable to several federal, state, and local agencies and are required to compile several accountability reports. These include system accountability reports, legislative budget board accountability reports, the federal reports like IPEDS, as well as regional and program accreditation reports, just to name a few. We also have very small institutional research departments, unlike other universities. So when we heard about one more accountability report from the coordinating board, you can understand the sentiments that went around. It was difficult to understand in the very beginning as to why we needed one more thing, because most of the reports that we do, they have common elements, and probably we could have picked up all those. That said, there was another issue. Each one of us wanted the accountability report to reflect our context, and if we were to have our own way, I can assure you, we would have ended up with our own 8 separate reports rather than having a common one. So in the beginning it was a little difficult, but then I have to thank the staff here. They worked with us tirelessly. We were the ones who picked up our own targets. We set targets, and over the years we worked with the staff to refine the performance indicators, the measures, and so on and so forth. Things changed last November when the coordinating board convened a special meeting of our group to discuss not only the accountability measures and indicators, but also best practices in recruitment and retention that had helped individual colleges to perform well on these accountability measures. We formed a committee of peers, chose a chair, and had passionate discussion about the report and its format. The agenda and discussions were guided by the committee members, and the coordinating board staff acted as facilitators, providing data and expertise for streamlining the discussions. The group was also encouraged by the coordinating board staff to identify critical measures of student success that could help us improve production, efficiency, and effectiveness in the context of value addition. Given the coordinating board focus on student success, the large community colleges chose 6 measures to use as indicators of success. The 6 measures chosen are the areas of emphasis for fiscal year 2008, and these are graduation and persistence in terms of percent of first-time, full-time credential-seeking undergraduates. In this area, the large community college group showed improvement at an average rate of 8.6% per year. The second one was the number of associate degree certificates by type, core completers, and field of study completers by gender and ethnicity. Large community college group increased the number of their awards in a 6-year period by 35%. Associate degrees rose by 42%. Certificate 1 rose by 24%. Then we had graduate status after graduation, which was a true measure of value addition, because we, as community colleges, we are also accountable to the local community and the businesses that help us. In that area also, we showed significant improvement. The percent of underprepared and prepared students who returned to the following fall was another measure. In all these areas, we did see improvement. For example, those students who did not meet any state standards, if we looked at their persistence rate after a year, it was 52%. What came out of this meeting, though, was not the focus on these measures and indicators. And that was a wonderful thing, because had that been the case, this would have been relegated as one more report that community colleges have to do. But what was more important was the discussion on best practices. The meeting provided a common platform to share and showcase best practices in recruitment, retention, and student success initiatives. We were able to use the data, figure out who did best, and then we asked them, how did you do that? How did you accomplish that? We discussed how we could leverage technology to improve student access and success, how we could encourage degree completion through reverse transfer agreements, how we could improve student success by aligning students' academic preparation with their career aspirations. Colleges shared stories about securing grants from many sources, which help to fund faculty training, assess student learning outcomes, student success centers, establishing student success centers, peer mentoring programs, and training in using new technology. One college made a presentation on a successful on-campus employment initiatives that helps part-time students pursue a full load and accelerate time to graduation. Two of the colleges shared data on an early alert system for students who are at risk of failing their courses. At the end, we all went home with new ideas and strategies that could help us close the yawning gap in student participation and success. Even after the meeting, we exchanged notes via email and telephones. On a personal note, the meeting was an enriching learning experience for me in designing and implementing interventions and strategies that enhance student success. Now that I'm working at an upper level institution, I could still use those same strategies and interventions that I learned at a community college. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the exceptional staff of Coordinating Board Planning and Accountability Office, especially Ms. Janet Benke, Ms. Susan Brown, Dr. Gabriela Barkerman, and Dr. David Gardner for convening the forum, as well as for their patience, understanding, and guidance through this process. I sincerely hope that we continue to convene such meetings so that Texas can lead the nation in establishing a true community of innovative practices in higher education, participation, and success. Thank you.
Questions or comments?
Question, Chairman? It sounds wonderful. Has there been any actual adoption of some of these practices from one campus and one institution to another?
Yes, ma'am. For example, Texas Southmost College started early alert system, which was an electronic early alert system that we had in place, where after the mid-grades are posted, mid-semester grades are posted, faculty notify the advisors and counselors who work on a case study method and help the students with the supplemental instruction and so on. That model is now in place at Laredo Community College, which was not there. And these
are based on Texas Pan-Am?
No, it was Texas Southmost College
originally
that started that thing. There are a lot of universities and campuses that have different variations of this model. But once we spoke to them, they started it. The Student Employment Initiative was also started at Texas Southmost College, and we had a discussion, and then I had long conversations with the dean at Amarillo College. And now they are starting to work on their Student Employment Initiative. And what it does is that, most of the community colleges have students who are non-traditional learners, and they have to juggle with employment and their educational preferences. And in many cases, they also have family to support. So the idea with this Student Employment Initiative is to get them to work on campus, pay them a decent wage, which is at least same as the market wage, which is much more than the minimum wage. So that they come here on campus, they work on campus, they are engaged in different activities. They have a mentor who teaches them with different skills. And then the research shows that if you have a student engaged and employed on campus, then their chances of persistence is high. But this doesn't come easy. There are conditions attached to the employment initiative. For example, at TSC, there are conditions that students must maintain a GPA of at least 2.75 and must attain at least 15 credit hours, each semester. And we did notice that those students, in the first pilot there were 72 students, in the second pilot there were 150 students. And we noticed that these students, their letter grade went up by half a point. Now these are the students who had at least 2.75 GPA. So half a point makes a lot of difference. We also found that they persisted at a much higher level. More than 90% of students persisted in these programs. And also we are trying to change the behavior, because when you are a community college working part-time, you tend to take a smaller credit load. And here we encourage them to work on campus and take a full load. So these are the students who are taking a full load, and that way they graduate in time.
How about for the research and emerging, are there actual, institutions taking hold of some of these best practices and making it happen?
There very well may have been. Our University of Texas has been undergoing its every 10-year reaffirmation of accreditation by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools, and I'm leading that effort for the university, and I was totally swamped with that this spring. So I've not followed up personally with the other institutions to see, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Right. And I guess that would be kind of neat for us to know is this actually, it's cool to hear about these things, but are they actually being embraced by others and tweaked?
That is one of the things, it's one of the things that the accountability groups will meet again this summer, and one of the things we're going to do is follow up on what has happened and what they learned from that, if any of those have been implemented, that sort of thing.
Susan was maybe in College Station. Janet and I met to talk in general about some of this, and we talked about the importance of these reports not ending here, but to follow up. We think it's a really terrific beginning, and I think it's important for us that different institutions are sitting down talking about these topics together and sharing, but it's across systems. It's something that hasn't happened before, and so everyone's sort of learning how to do it for the first time. So we talked about ways to continue to follow up on the success, because it sounds like the schools have really started the first step in terms of really identifying these. I think there's a common trend in what both of you said, which I wrote down. We've talked about some too, is this importance of the early identification of at-risk students and how to do that more systematically, that you can have a huge impact on their improvement. And I think we can learn a lot more from what schools are already doing and make sure people don't have to reinvent it on their own.
Well, the thing that I got from the first Dr. Armstrong's presentation was the methodology used.
Oh, yeah.
Which, early in your report, I thought sounding pretty complex, and there's a lot of technical terms, but the elegant
impact analysis
solution was really zeroed in on first-year persistence as the key common metric. And so, I'm wondering if that, what was the methodology?
Cross-impact analysis.
Cross-impact analysis wouldn't be applicable to the other peer groups, but then I think, we heard some great ideas to the questions we were asking in the previous presentation. Here's the outline of our action plan right here, and it's great because you can, you don't have to focus on 16 different things. You just focus on one or two or three.
Right. It would just be nice to have accountability on, all the hard work that was done at these peer group levels to make sure that it's taken advantage of, if you will, and that institutions can we hold them accountable, at least take a look at them and see what works for them or might not work for them, and see what happens.
The reports are online, and you saw the URL, so they're
they are
more complete reports, and so, there's more work to do, but I think we're beginning to see the board's original idea that the accountability system be used for improvement, not as a gotcha system, but how are we going to work together to improve what's happening. And I think they've demonstrated how they're beginning to do that.
I remember when Neil Adams was chair of this committee, and he worked with the staff and the accountability system. Elaine, that was the key question I was asked was, these peer groups and discussions, and it's great they're sharing, but is there going to be a meet there? Will we really see results? And so I think that issue of going back this summer and really begin to say, have you tried implementing these? I think that would be really interesting to the board, because it obviously works. It's just for people actually, putting it to implementation.
I think certainly the discussion that we had also in our peer group about the various student support programs and the compilation of information that we got from the institutions and shared with each other and is in the report, certainly gives our members the opportunity to take what other institutions are doing and apply them. I would be very interested in following up, and I'm just sorry I haven't had the chance to do that this spring.
So there is an intent to follow up with not just having their reports online, but to share their reports across the state, so people not participating in the groups can see their work and look at it as well.
Just would like to have it come alive instead of being either on virtual paper.
Something online does not create sharing.
It doesn't engage, right? And
One thing to remember is every single institution, public institution in the state, is involved in one of these committees.
Yes.
So
I know what you're saying. In a room is different from going back to your institution, getting overwhelmed by all the other things going on.
No, I agree with that.
And that's one of the things is that everybody is, a bunch of them have SACs and other initiatives that their board has come up with, and so we're working on that. By revisiting it this summer,
Getting it to the right people on campus, because people who serve on our accountability committees have different responsibilities. They're not all in the same position on campus, and like Janet and I talked about that some as well. So then it's sort of incumbent to get it to the right people on each campus who may in fact work in a different area. But there's a lot of more work to do.
I think for other branches of government, federal or accreditation institutions, but I personally would like to see our accountability system become simpler but more focused on key metrics, and then see a whole lot more done about a handful of metrics than having a complex accountability system.
Okay. I have to say, we have one of the most focused accountability systems you'll find anywhere. The key measures are really the key measures, and there are a total of 25 key measures. 17 across all areas.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there are at least 4 for each area, and we've got 5 areas. But at any rate, so the other information is intended for context. The key measures, and I guess maybe it's a presentation standpoint. I can tell you many accountability systems have 100 key measures, so we can reduce those further. But it took a great deal of work to get people to reduce them to that many. And one of the conditions was that they be reconsidered regularly. So it doesn't mean that they have to be the same ones, that continue. That they should be the most useful and most effective measures.
But you have here the college readiness, advising, curriculum enhancements, flexibility, 5-year transition. Where do these fall in this whole realm of our simplified? I mean, I think that they're varied. They're not necessarily.
This is a compilation of all the groups.
Right,
and so
of what they thought.
Some groups focused in one area and some groups focused in a different area. They worked on what they thought was most important to them.
Well, I think that's really important. They're the folks out in the field doing it. So I would imagine that these all should become something higher level and to Fred's point, focused in on that we can, keep top of mind and keep looking at.
Well, there are 2 different things here. Is that number one, there are things that should inform state policy, and that's a fairly narrow range of things because you can't. Then there are things that can inform institutions themselves, which may be in some cases more unique to them, in addition to the state policy. So, which recognizes the difference between the institutions we have sitting at our table right now. 3, I guess, if you count UNC Curling as well. And there's some differences, and there's some things that at the state level, all of them, it makes sense that all of them should be focusing on. But one advantage of what they're doing is it gives a chance to pull out the state policy, but also means they can identify things that are really particularly useful or uniquely useful to their group of institutions, which are more alike than others. And so we need that to happen at the same time. We need both of those.
One of the thing that I see in our group report is that, when we did other accountability reports, we never bothered to look at what, our peers were doing 600 miles from where we were, because we were just looking at our competitors. When we enter into a discussion and into a forum like this, we do compare notes. We look outside the box. We say, okay, what are you doing? What did you do so that you are the group? So not only we look at our accountability report, we look at others' accountability report as well, and we try to learn from them. So, that's the difference in the approach, in the process that we have established here at the coordinating board that we don't have with other accountability reports.
I think Susan and our group can react to what you're saying. Keep in mind, this is a work in progress. Frankly, for a period, the accountability groups were mainly focusing on measures, which was important, but now they've made a transition. They're now moving on to the improvement aspect, and so I think there's a lot for everybody to learn, but us as staff and the institutions as well in terms of how to proceed, and so the feedback's very useful.
Are we highlighting these best practices on our website? As a part of that, we do have we also have the summary of the best practices pulled out in a separate, across the institution, all the peers groups.
There's also another step, don't forget, that Susan mentioned in passing, is in meeting with Judy Laredo staff, and so some of this is really, it's cutting across and informing some of the work they do, and so that there's more work to do on this.
Great start.
Yep, it is.
I just don't want to be lost.
It'd be interesting to hear the report from this summer, too.
Yes, the follow-up.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting around all morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And afternoon, part of that day. Okay. Thank you so much, Shannon. Last item is the legislative update. Laura?
Good afternoon. In the red handout, I gave you the update on the commissions and committees that have been meeting this spring and early summer, and what they've been asking us for and the things we've been testifying on. And a couple of things just to point out: that the HCR 159 Commission met for the first time last week and have other meetings scheduled out. And we have a little cluster of meetings that are going to be occurring here at the end of June that we're getting prepared for now, including the, well, I guess it should include the first one in July, the Commission on Higher Education Book Competitiveness, which is the HCR 159 Commission, the Task Force on Incentive Funding, the Senate Subcommittee on Higher Education, the Senate Finance Subcommittee on Higher Education, and the House Appropriations Subcommittee are all going to be meeting here toward the end of June. So again, preparing for those hearings is ongoing. Chairman Ryder and I were talking a couple of days ago about developing priorities for the upcoming session and how things are kind of come together during the July board meeting. For one thing, the board has adopted formula funding recommendations by then. They're talking about the updates on closing the gaps, progress reports. So there are things that are happening that kind of form the priorities for the board, because a great deal, many of our priorities are embedded in our in the legislative appropriations request, which you'll also be considering in July. So I think I wanted to provide just kind of a reminder of what we were looking at last session, going into the session in October, and that's in the yellow sheets within your handout. Some of the things we'll be doing this session are probably going to be similar to this. And then the very last sheet in the handout, which is on the white page, is how some of these things translated into actual legislation that the board proposed. So that's kind of how the sequence occurs. We are in the middle of all of that, and the July board meeting is, like I said, one of the things that tells us where we're heading in our priorities. So we'll be putting those together.
Questions for Laura?
Just at a quick glance, how many of this October 20th, 2000, how many of those were actually is there a one-for-one match, or?
There's not a one-for-one match, because like on some of them for instance, the course redesign issue that we had on page 2, we thought it might develop into something, or there might be something that comes up because that's kind of a new initiative, but nothing really did. So it's not a one-to-one match.
Let me ask a different way, which I probably should have asked in the first place. Is there anything left that we need to carry over and proceed further?
One thing you've already talked about, of course, is the capital project funding. Is that if that's something the board wants to continue to keep as a priority? So there are things that, and two, never get as far as we want on some things like the financial aid funding. So those continue to be priorities usually with the board.
Formula funding.
And formula funding. And usually with funding issues, we will pick out the top 3 or the top 2 things we really want to make sure that we pursue. So those kinds of discussions need to be taking place.
The thought is that after July, we'll begin to craft those and mold them and bring them back to us for discussion in September with recommendation from the commissioners what those priorities should be. And if I remember, we even took this and broke it down further, Laura. I may be wrong, and we had a document that really even ranked our priorities, didn't we?
I didn't locate anything like that, but I'll go back
Maybe
and look.
I'm imagining that. I thought we did. Maybe I'm imagining that. I thought that we had done
Now you did in your planning session earlier.
Maybe that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, we had that for going into the LAR discussions.
That's right.
Are we having a planning retreat this summer?
You had one last fall, I believe, so I didn't know if you were planning to have another one in the fall too. We had one in February.
We've usually had an annual planning meeting is what we usually had. It used to be in the summer, and then we moved it up to the.
And you were trying for the fall and ended up in the spring again, but yeah.
Didn't we have one to get ready for last session? No? Or was that just coincided with the annual?
I don't know, Raymond, can you remember?
I don't think so. That's what you're thinking, yeah.
I can't remember.
I was recalling a planning session like November before the session, but I could be mistaken about that.
There was a meeting where we did get together and discuss that in detail. I remember that.
Yeah. Downtown somewhere, some downtown.
Yeah.
Was that planning for our what do you call it, our acceptance on the board?
Oh, for your
confirmation.
I couldn't confirm that word.
But
And we talked about it.
I think what we'll need to do is we'll need to see, as we did last year, Bob ended up carrying the ball with Raymond and Neil on a major part of this. And that's kind of what ends up happening a lot with Laura and all the folks and staff. So I think what we did is we tried to identify items that people could help on, and made some calls last session, and probably ought to do that again this time. So, but it may be we have to have a special meeting sometime in between the board meeting and actually when the session kicks off to have that kind of conversation. I think to have us all on the same page. I think a board meeting is going to be very difficult to do that in. So, but I do see us doing a lot of that in our this next committee meeting for a recommendation to the board, and then break it after that. So, any other questions for Laura? I don't know if we have lunch or not. There's some breakfast bars over there. If there's no other business, I'll take a motion to adjourn. Ms. Phillips, Ms. Schulterfield. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Thank you. Susan, thanks. Good preparation.